Well, good morning, everybody, on this Monday. Only 8 days left until the election, Chris.
That means only 9 days until the Civil War.
Good morning, Jacob. Echo, echo, echo.
Echo,
Rooster.
echo, echo, echo.
Travis, Sam. Anybody else who's on there that's not participating in the chat, good morning to you.
Good morning. We like you anyway.
Yep.
We know not everybody chats, and that's cool. We get it. We get it.
There he is. Yeah. When I read that story and they put that guy's address in there, I went, oh crap, man, that's from my neighborhood, man. Oh God.
He is getting eviscerated on his Facebook.
Oh, good.
Yeah, as he should.
Good. I don't recognize the name, so I didn't know any of his brothers. A couple years older than me, so I didn't recognize any. So I obviously didn't know anybody. Good morning, Christopher.
Rooster in the morning says a cock-a-doodle-doo.
I know a girl who says, fill in the blank.
Someday we'll find that. I'm going to appeal directly to list number 3 dinners. Travis Echo, Christopher, welcome in. I like your name, Christopher. There's never been a mass murderer named Christopher.
That's true.
Ted Bundy,
True.
John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah, 3 names. Watch out.
Chuck Manson.
Yeah.
Never a Christopher.
Yeah. Henry Lee Lucas.
Ainsley gets the memo. Jacob C. Hernandez.
And freaking Dodgers.
Sam. Steve DeRocco is in the house.
The Rock.
Steve DeRocco, who was at Billy Joel and Sting. God damn it.
Yep.
Julian Martinez. Don't sleep on Sting.
Sting's always
Sting
been
was
good.
very good.
Did Sting come out and sing with Billy?
Yes.
Okay.
Billy introduced Sting. Billy came out during Sting's set and did a song.
Oh, cool.
And then Sting changed clothes and went into all black and came out. I know it was a Big Man on Mulberry Street.
Oh, cool.
Was what Sting came out for. I had read that they did like the last few songs in the encore did not happen.
Oh, okay.
Encore was all Billy.
Okay.
But The Rock told me it was one of the best concerts he's ever seen.
I read that it was a grand slam.
Yeah.
Everybody
It
was
was
saying.
quite good, man.
Speaking of which, grand slam, huh? Walk-off grand slam to end game 1, man.
And Billy goes, shh. Billy was pissed. He's a Yankees fan.
Well, yeah.
He was talking at one point. He goes, "Oh, they're in extra innings. I'm keeping an eye on it."
Well, and I told Cindy because I was still awake because I'd worked with Jay, and I said, why did they walk? Why did they walk him? Why did they walk that guy to load the bases? I said because Freeman has already hit a triple.
Yeah.
This ain't gonna end up good. And I'll be damned the next pitch. And as soon as he hit it, I went, oh, well, there it goes. There it goes.
I'm glad I wasn't watching. He's wearing his 49ers sweatshirt.
Bastard. He's dead to me.
Steve DeRocco, the original Rock. The human element, THE Rock. Man's threat, woman's pet. The ultimate object of desire.
And I didn't watch the UTSA game, but I checked it at one time. They were up like 20 points, man.
I can't imagine.
And they gave up like 22 in the fourth quarter.
They handed it to them, apparently.
And we were talking about that with Jay, and they got to win 3 games to get into a bowl game, and we're counting that game as a win and trying to pick the next 2. They got a tough schedule, man.
Yeah.
They're not going to make a bowl. It doesn't look like.
Wow.
We're going to ask him if he's early voted, Jacob. That's what I'm going to ask him. Have you early voted yet, Coach Taylor? Trailer?
That's good.
Have you?
That's a good question for
And have you seen any shenanigans?
And you're directing it to election.
Thank
So
you.
we were doing him, but we're mentioning the election. Christopher says, I miss San Antonio. I lived there from 2000 to 2010. WOEI was my favorite station. Morning, noon, or night. Thank you, Chris.
He worked at Bennigan's.
Worked at Bennigan's. And I was the GM at the Falls.
Oh, my God, the Falls,
From
man.
05 to 2010. Christopher, where do you live now, man? I know you told us that before, but I forgot.
Yeah, I forgot.
Remind us where you live now, Christopher.
I forgot.
Steve DeRocco, it's day 1 for me. I'm liking the getup.
Yeah. Showing some skin. Port Lavaca.
Port Lavaca. Well, at least you're still in Texas.
Yeah.
And you can still listen to OAI.
Yes.
And we still
No,
I mean, you
got
can listen
iHeart.
anywhere, but
Yeah.
it comes in clear in Port Lavaca.
The hell was that shit?
I played Port Lavaca in comedy at a
you?
motel once. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Somebody got a gig and needed one more comic, so they added me. So I drove to Port Lavaca to do and they put us up in the hotel. So Beth and I went. We did a little comedy show.
That's okay then.
I think I got like $100. So
and you got to go to the coast.
That's right. Damn it.
Julian, what's up? The Dodgers are good, but man, I want the Yankees to beat them. I can't stand the Dodgers.
Yeah, I hate them both, but I slightly hate the Dodgers more. Luckily, though, and I keep forgetting his name, that pitcher who was hitting Astros players and smirking at them, Joe Kelly. Joe Kelly. Is that his name? He's no longer a Dodger, so I really hated that guy.
Yeah.
We need a longer lockout.
Yeah, I don't think it's long enough. I don't think it's long enough, Chris. I think we need to do a little bit more. Let's add some words
like a partridge in a pear tree.
Yep. Watch out. Here comes Andrew. He's walking in here.
Uh-oh. Here he is. Live and in person.
What's that? Oh, Weather Channel, baby. Hey, so, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I got you. It's just her delivery, dude. You can barely hear her. It's not good. I don't get it because she used to be pretty damn good. Oh, Joe Pags is here.
Yes. And I promised him it wouldn't happen again.
If it does, it does.
Yeah, I want to. And he put the time into it, though. So, especially during the election. I'm just glad nobody brought up what was that on YouTube.
You know, it's actually Big Ib. That's the way I've
That's
heard
right.
it. The B is silent, Dave. God, man, he can't help himself. She can go.
Who?
Joe.
How long?
1:04.
Jeez.
Supposed to be 30 seconds. That's what we agreed on, and now. Look at that crap, man.
See, when I was a kid, ripping off the U.S. mail was a federal offense,
Still
and they were
is.
supposedly going to like throw the book at you and lock you up.
We got chewed out by the mailman for lighting firecrackers and throwing them in the mailbox and shutting it so it would blow it open. And he saw us doing it, and he threatened us as federal.
Yeah, they used to say it on the side of the.
Yeah,
it's a federal crime to destroy this.
Federal, all this things,
Yeah.
you know. We're like, but it's just blowing it open. It's not like we blew it up. Yeah. Yep.
Free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription.
Wow, that's cool, Christopher. I had Chris Lopez Band play for my 30 and 31st back to back down here on the beach, Magnolia Beach, just down the road. He played live on the beach as the sun was going down. Now that is a cool.
Yeah, it is.
That is a cool
Stand by.
setup. Here we go. Who? Welcome into this beautiful day, Monday, October 28th, 2024. 3 days until Halloween, 6 days until daylight saving time, 8 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? 31 days until Thanksgiving, 58 days until Christmas, and 235 days until Mr. T and I celebrate the first day of summer 2025. Charity McCurdy, good morning.
Good morning. I can't believe 8 days away from Election Day, and I need to early vote. This is the week it's got to happen. But based on these lines, these long lines, I don't know. I mean, I guess. I mean, I'm going to get it done somehow. But man, I just hope that they start to die down as we head into the end of the week.
Well, 43 million votes have already been cast across the country. So I don't know if these lines are going to get any shorter.
They better, because I'm
Well, you just got to
counting on it.
find the right time to go in. So maybe our listeners can help us out with that.
That's right. We will we'll ask you here in just a little bit later this half hour what your experience has been when you voted. Oh, did anybody punch a poll worker in the face while you were voting? Because that apparently happened
Awful.
somewhere. We're going to talk about that coming up. First thing though, let's get this party started with traffic and weather together.
Areas of patchy fog early, partly cloudy after that, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, pay attention, a shower or two around the area in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the mid to upper 80s. And then on Wednesday, cloudy skies early, partly cloudy in the afternoon, and a slight chance of a shower. Highs right around 90 degrees. 65 degrees in Leon Valley, 65 at the Pearl, and 65 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 512.
San Antonio's first news. Last night, Sunday Night Football, the Dallas Cowboys in San Francisco against the 49ers. And Charity, we have some breaking news.
But they are who we thought they were.
The Dallas Cowboys are who we thought they were. And I thought, EJ's going to take the high road
Yes,
today.
I thought so too.
EJ must know how painful this is for us as Cowboys fans. He's not going to rub it in. He's not going to wear his San Francisco 49ers sweatshirt to work today, which I have to look at through the video on the other side of the glass
Yeah.
for the next 4 hours. Charity, I was wrong. EJ's wearing his San Francisco 49ers sweatshirt.
Yeah, rubbing it in. But I mean, they're 4-4. I mean, they're not too
No.
much better.
No, they're
Oh,
three.
they're 4-4,
yeah,
yeah.
they're 4-4.
Yeah, the
Yes.
Niners.
3-4,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So they're not too much better than we are.
Well,
But,
have you looked at the Cowboys'
Exactly.
upcoming opponents? Their
The
next
Falcons.
4 opponents have a combined record of 22-7.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, not good. Not good.
Including November 18th, a Monday night, when I will switch allegiance from the team that I've been a fan of since my birth, the Dallas Cowboys, to Texas's team, the Houston Texans.
Is there anything that can happen between now and then that would change your mind?
Jerry Jones resigns and says, I apologize for the last 29 years of futility.
So nothing.
Yeah,
You're saying
right,
nothing. What if they fire Mike McCarthy?
and hire Bill Belichick in his place? That could sway me.
Could sway you?
Yeah.
Okay, so something can be done.
Yeah, but this is a big thing for the Cowboys have been my number one team I am a bigger Cowboys fan than I am a Spurs fan.
Yeah.
Just because
Yeah.
I've been a fan since like 1966 when I became aware of the Cowboys.
Since birth for me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm. It's
I
a
have no
rough life.
choice.
I know.
It is. It is a rough life.
And EJ's got to rub it in.
Yeah. Way to go, man. Way to go.
Thanks for nothing, EJ.
Yeah.
All right. So when are you going to early vote, Charity? What's the plan as of 5:14 in the morning on Monday?
I'm thinking Thursday is going to be the
Ooh.
best day. It's towards the end of the week, and I'm hoping the crowds die down. But I don't know. I'm probably going to just be in for a long wait like everybody else who's tried to early vote. So I know Andrew Zimmel waited 2 hours at least or
Yeah,
something to
2
vote. I mean,
hours.
that's dedication.
Yeah, we'll talk to him coming up. Mr. T, any plans to punch out a poll worker if he corrects you in any way?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, I actually don't really have any interaction with the poll workers. I go in and get the job done and I leave.
Yeah, but
man.
what if a poll worker really angers you by enforcing the law?
No, that's their job, Chris.
So you're not
No, I'll wait for them to leave in the parking lot after the. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not. No, I don't see what could trigger you that bad. I mean, if you're breaking the rules, you're breaking the rules,
Yeah.
man.
We will talk about that coming up. A voter among us assaulted, punched out a poll worker, and we need to maybe avoid things like that if we can, especially if you're in violation of the
Amen.
law.
Amen.
We'll talk about that and a whole lot coming up. We want to get your thoughts on early voting. We are your Election Central headquarters. Keep it right here. Lots more coming up. WOAI News Time, 5:15.
And we're back.
All right.
Okie doke. Okie doke.
Bert Lopez voted at Southside High School. No lines at Southside High School. I like
There
to
you
hear
go.
that.
There's where we go.
Travis Chavano Park Friday.
What, about
45
1:30?
minutes.
Took about 45 minutes.
Everyone well behaved. No poll workers were harmed in Travis's
Yeah.
voting adventure.
That's sad that you got to bring that up, man. Wow. No, I actually had one altercation at a voting thing, and it was my fault because I have a shirt that says Popovich Kerr 2020, and I had it on, but I had a shirt over it.
Right.
And I had my shirt open, and the guy says, and I said, never mind. I just buttoned up my shirt real quick. And he was like,
And
okay.
that's what you do.
You know, and I wasn't thinking like that. I didn't wear that
Right.
shirt that day just to cause trouble. It just happened to be what I had on. And
Yeah.
luckily I had a shirt over it. So I just buttoned it up, and he says, no problem. He goes, I get it. He goes, I understand that they're not actually running, but the law is the law. And I said, look, I apologize. I didn't mean to. I forgot all about it. So I just buttoned my shirt up and went in.
And again,
voted.
that poll worker is trained. You know, it's a bit of a stretch, Popovich Kerr, but as he said, the law is the law.
That's what he
And
said. And I never even thought about it, to be honest with you. I did not even think about it. I wore it to work as a kind of a joke on
were you
election
tempted
day.
to punch out that poll worker?
I actually no.
Did your rear back?
No. No. I did not. No, but there have been times that I had to wait in line. I went to go early vote one time, and I wanted to punch the guy behind me
Yes.
just because he wouldn't leave me alone.
Yes.
Kept bugging me. You know, I'm just trying to go up
Yeah,
there.
what
and
I
vote.
don't like is as I'm walking in, being approached by last minute people trying to
Yeah,
tell me
no,
about their
go
candidate.
away.
No,
I'm here. I've already made up
Yeah.
my mind, or I wouldn't be here.
exactly. Don't.
Look
Tell
at
me
that. That
about
was a
your
great
cause.
interception. I saw that, man. I watched a little bit of that game.
I had it on. I've
Yeah.
been lately. I've been doing red zone this season. I've freaking red zone is like crack. It's football crack.
Mm.
And it works whether you
Echo says, "I harmed my poll." Thank you,
Yeah.
Echo.
Yeah, I didn't need that.
That's a nice visual. Rowdy report, everybody. Maybe we can see some of these this flurry of touchdowns by the opposition.
Yeah. That's the worst, the horrible
already-
name for a podcast.
They're already looking ahead to next Saturday. They're not even
Yeah.
because it's probably sponsored, so they're not even referencing the last one.
Stand by.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And we will talk about the voting experience that some people are already having. But first, Charity, what stories are you following?
Well, with just 8 days to go, Trump and Harris continue their focus on battleground states. A man arrested for punching an election worker at a Southwest Side polling location has posted bond, and Realtor.com is out with its ranking of the top 10 cities with the lowest cost of living. We'll have the details right now, traffic and weather.
Areas of patchy fog early, partly cloudy after that, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, a shower or two around in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the mid to upper 80s. And then on Wednesday, cloudy skies early, then partly cloudy in the afternoon, a slight chance of a shower, highs right around 90 degrees. 64 degrees in Lavernia, 64 in China Grove, and 65 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 520.
San Antonio's first news. That's Mr. T. She's Charity. I'm Chris. Charlie Parker in the next hour with Those Were the Days. EJ Pacheco wearing his 49ers sweatshirt to mock us and all that is good. And Andrew Zimmel, along with EJ, flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew manning our YouTube broadcast. Lots of people in there already this morning. Good morning to everybody on YouTube. You can be a part of the YouTube broadcast. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. It's a live stream. It's got live real-time chat. Charity, you just reported on it. A gentleman has posted bond after being arrested for punching out an elections worker. Looking at that guy's name, I went to his Facebook page, and as of this morning, his last Facebook post, he had like 432 comments, most of them pretty negative, and I would say rightfully so, saying, dude, what were you thinking?
Especially if you're, accused of punching an elderly election worker. That's the lowest of the low. But he's been charged with a felony. He's posted bond, but he's 63 years old, this Jesse Lutzenberger, and he allegedly assaulted the 69-year-old election clerk at a Southwest Side polling site. And apparently he was told to remove his MAGA hat going in, and he complied, but before he exited the polling location, he put that hat back on. And that same election worker came after him and said, hey, I need you to remove your hat. You're still in the polling location. And that's when Lutzenberger allegedly threw an elbow back, and the victim responded by pushing back on Lutzenberger. And that's when he allegedly started throwing punches at the face of the election clerk.
Yeah, so what we want to know on the talkback feature available on that free iHeartRadio app, have you experienced any shenanigans at the polls when you voted early? We're talking, any kind of verbal confrontations, God forbid another physical confrontation. That would be awful.
Anybody acting out in the
Yeah,
line?
that's what we wanna know.
Any electioneering going on that maybe the election workers missed? Have you seen people wearing inappropriate clothing at a polling site? Maybe.
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah.
Well, and again, in this case, the guy's wearing a MAGA hat. My point is, if he was wearing a Kamala Harris hat,
Yep.
the election worker was doing his job saying, dude, you can't wear that hat in the polling area. You got to take the hat off. It wasn't an anti-MAGA thing. It was an this is the law thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that polling worker is trained to do that. I've seen people, and you even,
Yes.
Mr. T, you got a story.
Yeah, I was wearing a Popovich Kerr 2020 shirt when I went to go vote, and luckily I had another shirt over it, and the guy says, hey, and I said, no problem, I'll cover it up. And he goes, look, I realize that that's not an official candidate, that you're doing that for. He goes, but law's the law.
The law's the law.
So I just covered it up.
Did you punch that guy out?
No.
You could have
No, I
if you were
couldn't.
an idiot.
And believe it or not, only 21 states have laws against wearing campaign apparel in or near polling centers. I thought
Texas.
all states had it.
I thought it was all states too.
No, it's only 20.
So
21.
our overriding question on the talkback is, have you seen any shenanigans? Has anything weird happened at all? But we also want to hear from, we'll grab Andrew Zimmel here a little later, who did go vote over the weekend, early vote. If you voted so far, what was your experience at early voting? And how long did you wait? Because I don't want to wait more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, do you
this
have
week.
a secret time that you can go where you don't have to
Yes.
wait?
I gotta find that. And now somebody said, I think it was Bert Lopez on YouTube said he voted
On the south
on
side?
the south side and walked right in, walked right out, no waiting. So I may be driving to the south side.
Southside
this
High
week.
School, I believe is what he said,
Southside
right?
High School.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
So,
be willing to make the drive if I don't have to wait 2 hours
Road
in a
trip.
line. Yeah.
road trip to the south side. And Maria Miller can tell us how the traffic
There
is
you go.
all the way
Exactly.
down there. All right. So leave us your talkbacks. We'll play them on the air. We will react to them. Charity has everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. We are your Election Central headquarters now to, through, and beyond Election Day, which is only 8 days away. Coming up right now, your Fox Business Report, WOAI News Time, 525.
And we're back.
Woohoo!
Someone in line had a Trump T-shirt on, but he was wearing an overshirt like I was, so he was ever covered up. That's good information, Travis.
Why don't we do this here? Why don't we bring it up and we'll bring in Andrew on this one,
Oh, there we go.
and then that way we still reference it, but
Can you grab your headphones and come in here at 5:40?
we're going to talk to you
Yeah.
about your experience.
Cool.
Cool. And then we'll continue to sell talkbacks and hopefully have somebody fit.
Yeah. Yeah. That'll work.
Woo-hoo.
That'll work.
Happy birthday, Connie. Happy birthday,
Connie,
Haley.
happy birthday. Happy birthday, Haley.
They're sure holding on that a long time.
Guys,
Happy
we'll be
birthday,
right
Liv.
back. Hang on. And we're back.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's hard, Echo. It's hard for them to predict waiting times. I mean, there should be an active one telling you when when you're
Wouldn't
going
that
to be
nice?
there.
Current waiting
Yeah.
time. That would
Yeah,
be
like at a
great-
restaurant.
Yes.
Yeah. Bob Beavers, good morning.
Good morning, Bob.
Wow, Julian Martinez from Saudi Arabia.
Wow, welcome in from Saudi.
He's flying back home on the 6th, and he wants to know if he's going to arrive to cities burning in chaos. There is a possibility of chaos. I don't know about cities burning, but yeah. And once again, good morning, Bob. Hello, Bob. Hey. Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? And he said he voted at the Southside ISD admin on Friday. How long do you have to wait, Romeo? Hello, Tim from the Philippines. How are you? Do-do, do-do. Saudi Arabia, man. Is that the farthest away we've had somebody from?
That's certainly in the mix. If it's not,
That's a long way, isn't it?
yeah. That is amazing. Julian, we'll mention that on the radio.
Damn right we will. And welcome back, and thank you for your service when you get back on the 6th.
Amen to
welcome,
that.
Welcome back.
3017 in here right now. Romeo, how long did you wait on the South Side? This past Friday, I voted at the South Side ISD admin building. South Side!
So sorry. That's very good that you survived the typhoon. Jim and things.
Jim
Good
and
morning.
things.
Good morning, man.
Doing things.
Doing things. All right, man. I didn't need that.
You mean you're not doing things? No, it's not my bit.
No. Sorry, no. I've done things.
What about entertainment? No,
No.
not my bit.
What about trailer trash?
No, not my bit.
What the hell?
Ah, Sarah Valdez moves up a notch.
Back on the menu. The quarter pounder's back, everybody. I know
Let's
you're
go
worried
get
about
one. Hey, you want to get one?
it. No,
Like never again in my life.
no. You know how long it's been since I've had McDonald's? It's got to be decades, man.
I think I once, because there was nothing else open, and I was in the middle of nowhere
Well,
traveling.
that changes things, though. All right, here comes Charity, everybody.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, just 8 days to go until Election Day, and a man charged with assaulting an election worker post bond. We'll have details. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Monday: partly cloudy, a high near 90. Tonight's low near 72 with a slight chance of a shower. Right now, 65 degrees. Former President Trump begins a full week of rallies following last night's event in his hometown of New York City. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more.
Welcome to the stage by Elon Musk, former First Lady Melania Trump, and a live performance by country star Lee Greenwood. Former President Trump took the stage before a full house at Madison Square Garden on Sunday night. He was greeted with thunderous applause and cheering, then reminded his supporters to get out and vote on Election Day, promising that a second Trump term would be, quote, America's new golden age.
We're not going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired.
Former President Trump is kicking off the final full week before Election Day with a rally this evening in Georgia. At Madison Square Garden, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
During Michigan campaign stop on Saturday, Vice President Kamala Harris contrasted her plan for the economy with Trump's ideas.
Donald Trump will impose a 20% Trump national sales tax on everyday basic necessities, which will cost, the economists have measured it, will cost the average family nearly $4,000 a year. On the other hand, I will take on an issue like corporate price gouging.
And Puerto Rican stars Bad Bunny, Ricky Martin, and Jennifer Lopez are throwing their support behind Harris. It comes after a comedian at Trump's New York City rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Following the backlash, the Trump campaign said the joke does not reflect the views of President Trump or the campaign. Meantime, President Biden will cast his ballot for the presidential election this morning. Here's Fox's Jared Halpern.
President Biden will cast his ballot early this morning in his hometown of Wilmington, Delaware, the White House says. The president endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris, shortly after ending his own re-election bid in July, becoming the first president since Lyndon Johnson to not run for re-election. A growing number of Americans are taking advantage of early voting, either in person or by mail. As of Sunday night, nearly 42 million people have already voted early, according to data from the University of Florida's election lab. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And the number of early votes cast in Bexar County in the past week is closing in on 290,000. The county elections office says nearly 48,000 Bexar County ballots were cast on Saturday, just below the daily average of just over 48,000. There are 51 early voting locations across the county in schools, libraries, churches, and community centers. Registered voters can cast their ballots at any polling site during the early voting period, which ends Friday. Voting hours this week are 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And we're learning more about the man accused of assaulting a Bexar County elections worker at a Southwest Side polling site on Thursday. Eric Lycombe has more.
Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar tells reporters a man identified as Jesse Lutzenberger had removed his red MAGA hat when he and his wife voted, but put it back on afterwards. That's when the unidentified 69-year-old clerk asked him to remove it again.
Then the victim seemed to push off of the suspect at that point. The suspect then turned and threw several punches right at the face of the victim.
That clerk treated at the scene and sent home. Lutzenberger was tracked down and arrested, charged with felony injury to the elderly. He posted a $30,000 bond and was released.
We've had several instances where people show up wearing clothing supporting a political candidate, which that's electioneering. And it's certainly something that you're not supposed to do.
Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And with tensions at the ballot box high, some may consider bringing a gun for their protection, but experts say that's a bad idea.
It is unlawful to take a firearm onto the premises, and the key word there is premises, of a polling place.
Kirk Evans runs Texas-based U.S. Law Shield, which is a legal defense program. He says that gun owners can still bring a weapon, just keep it in their car. Fort Worth police are providing more information about the 5 people killed in a wrong-way freeway crash that happened early Sunday. Police say a father, mother, and their 2 kids were in a car traveling the wrong direction around 3:30 a.m. when it ran head-on into a pickup truck. All 4 family members died, along with a woman in the other car. Her fiancé was hospitalized and is expected to recover. Well, Halloween is on Thursday, and many are still scrambling to get a costume. Rex Oates has more.
When the doorbell rings on Halloween, expect to see a lot of kids dressed as Beetlejuice. Deja Hernandez at Gibson's Costumes in San Antonio says that's the hot one this year. And for adults, they all want to dress up like the TV show Bridgerton.
Colonial ball gowns, colonial with the knickers and the coats.
The scariest part of this year's Halloween might be the price of the candy. Sacks of chocolate bars are costing around $20. A survey done by the Halloween and Costume Association found that 1 in 4 Americans plan to spend less compared to last year. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Realtor.com is out with its ranking of the top 10 cities with the lowest cost of living. The top 5 cities with the lowest cost of living are McAllen, Texas, Wichita, Kansas, Little Rock, Arkansas, Toledo, Ohio, and Scranton, Pennsylvania. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money in the world of business. We say good morning to Scott Carr live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Scott. Remember, your trusted source for timely and in-depth election coverage is WOAI. Count on us to deliver the latest updates on Decision 2024. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. And in studio, Andrew Zimmel, the toast of Austin Sports Talk Radio and the operations manager for 1200 WOAI Radio. And we've been asking people, Andrew, on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app, what was their early voting experience? Did you see any shenanigans? Where did you vote? And how long did it take? How would you like to handle those questions? Any shenanigans?
No shenanigans. Super duper long. The lines on Friday afternoon, I left here at like 10 o'clock, got there at 10:40 to the library near Stone Oak. And it was like a line that I hadn't seen that long. It felt like I was at Fiesta, Texas, honestly. It felt like I was in a line at an amusement park. That's how long it was. It was crazy.
Wow.
And you never thought about giving up and going to another polling location? Why did you just decide to stay in the line for that long?
I'm a big, like, once I've already invested the time, I don't want to turn around. Once I got to like the hour mark, I said, okay, I've been here an hour. I don't care how long it's going to take. I'm going to stick this one out. And it was nice because I got to the shaded part of the line too. So I was like, okay, I'm kind of in the shade. It's not that bad. And the entire time I'm thinking, okay, well, if it's bad here, it might be worse somewhere else. And I'm going to be in the back of that line.
Ooh. Now, my big question is, you left here at 10 o'clock and you got to Stone Oak at 10:40. Would you walk?
Hey, man, there was traffic. And that should have been my number one thing, is because when I was coming to like the turn to go in the library, it's a stoplight, but there's like 4 or 5 cars in front of me all lined up. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I guess people are going. I had to go around the parking lot twice. Thank God a mom was leaving the playground with her kid. I slipped right in there. But yeah, no, it's a lot.
So, all right, Andrew, 2 questions. What was your total time spent at the polling place? And number 2, in your frustration, did you feel like punching a poll worker in the face?
No, the poll workers were super nice. I'll answer the first. Super nice poll workers.
So no fisticuffs.
No, but it did take me 2 hours. I got out of my car at 10:40. I got into my car at 12:40. So 2 hours pretty much on the dot.
My God. Yeah. Well, you're a great American. Wait,
well,
I don't, Charity, I don't want to wait 2 hours this week. I want to 15 minutes I can do. At 20 minutes, it's like me and the temperature. Temperature goes below 70, I'm whining. If I have to wait more than 15 minutes to vote, I think I'm going to be whining.
Yeah, and the Parman Library off of Wilderness Oak, where Andrew went, is typically where I go as well. Turns out that's one of the busier polling sites in Bexar County. So I would Google that list and probably look at your other options, because I don't see that line. getting shorter anytime soon, even though this is the second week of early voting. And even though it's extended hours this week, instead of the polls closing at 6 like they did last week,
Right.
they close at 8 o'clock at night.
Now, wouldn't it be nice if there was a website you could go to that told you wait times at every polling location
Yes.
across the city?
Jackie Callanan, are you listening?
Yeah. Get that done, please.
Come on. Southside High School is looking really, really good to me. Southside! I think I'm going.
All right.
So finally, Andrew Zimmel, any words of wisdom for people like me, Charity, and Mr. T who have yet to do what you did, your civic duty, your voting?
The minute you get done with the show today, go early vote. Just leave the show right immediately and just go vote.
Did you get the sticker? Did you get the little
Yeah, did you
sticker?
get the I
I
voted
did get the
sticker?
little
All
I
right.
voted sticker. I had to send it to all my friends and say I'm better than you.
See, I've seen some people on Facebook. They've run out of stickers at someone. That's
Oh,
come
that's,
on.
no, that's unacceptable.
I may be tempted
That's
to
unacceptable.
go off on a poll worker. if you're
Where's
out of
my
stickers.
sticker?
Now, did you talk to anyone in line, Andrew? Were people chatty and happy, or were they complaining like you being in a long line?
Got to give a shout out to my girl Joyce. There was a bunch of retirees behind me, talked to me for 2 hours straight.
Did they challenge you to a pickleball match?
No.
That's why I'm bringing my earbuds
Good
in
idea,
case
Chris.
senior citizens try to talk to me for 2 hours. I keyed. I am a senior citizen.
I was
Who am I
gonna say,
kidding? Much more coming up.
Wow.
Flashback next.
Shots fired.
Thank you,
Shots
AARP. WOAI News Time 546. Lucinda
everybody.
Sullivan, who was at the Texans Colts game yesterday. She is a Colts fan. She was in, I saw on Facebook, she was in Colts
Oh, cool.
gear and face paint.
Any problems with the Texans fans?
Yeah, that's a good question, Lucinda. Did Texans fans treat you well, even though you were decked out as a Colts fan? Yeah, Travis, I'm going to find a way, man. I'm going to find a polling place. Back in my old hood, what was that? There was a library on Austin Highway. I forget what it was. That's where I used to vote when I lived
Yeah,
elsewhere.
Echo says don't wear that shirt to the polls
I will not wear this shirt. Don't worry.
because somehow they'll
Oh, yeah,
construe
they'll
that.
say,
Well, that's what they're trained to do.
voting for tacos, that's taking a position. That's influencing other voters.
Look at that, man. They must spend a fortune on that crap.
Yep.
Wow.
My God.
Wow.
Well, and it would suck then if you got vandalized.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody steals your stuff or trashes it.
That stuff ain't cheap, brother.
Yeah.
Come on, ready.
I would imagine you take it in, you take like the expensive ones in at the end of the night.
I would think so, but
Yeah.
that's going to be a lot of work, man. Because there's a lot of expensive ones that guy
Right.
has. Ay.
So still sitting on one.
Yeah. One, and then some guy telling us the master of the obvious that, Sunday daylight saving
that was
time.
a talkback. I thought it was somebody in
no,
the.
daylight saving time.
Okay.
I'm not playing it. It's
No. Lucinda says the fans were fantastic and fun. Good.
Yeah, here we go.
Good to hear. It is time to go back in time, but what year will we land in? Let's find out. Let's play flashback.
Ding.
Mr. T, you dinged in 97, 98, or 99?
I'm going to go with 99.
Mr. T says 99. Charity, do you concur?
I do.
Let's find out. I concur as well. $19.99, Mr. T.
I know my Sugar Ray.
And when Sugar Ray was in high school, they smoked weed under the deck where I lived.
Really?
Near Laguna Beach, California. But
Wow.
that's another story for another time. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Oh, the presidential candidates are making their final push with about a week to go until Election Day. A man accused of electioneering is now facing assault charges after allegedly punching a Southwest Side election worker. And the Cowboys are now 3-4 on the season after falling to the Niners on the road last night. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Areas of patchy fog early, partly cloudy after that, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, a shower or two around in the area in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the mid to upper 80s. Wednesday, cloudy skies early, then partly cloudy in the afternoon, slight chance of a shower, highs right around 90 degrees. 65 degrees in Alamo Heights, 65 at the Pearl, and 65 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 5:53.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days in the next hour. We're asking you on the Talkback feature of the free iHeartRadio app, what have you experienced when you were out early voting? Did you see any shenanigans? See anybody punch somebody out? How long was your wait and where did you go? Charity, how do people get us that information?
The absolutely free iHeartRadio app. You launch it, search 1200 WOAI, look for the red circle. That's the talkback button. Once you hit it, 30 seconds. It's like leaving a voicemail.
And you'll sound like our favorite school teacher, Steven.
Hey guys, Steve from Lotto. I plan to vote early this week sometime. I've heard that mid-morning, early afternoon are busy times, so if anyone's voting in Lotto, there's your information. I tried to find some voting jokes actually casting your ballot, but they were all lame. So, why do thieves never rob a politician's home? Professional courtesy, and politicians can find an excuse to get out of anything except office. Have a great Monday.
And it never fails.
And thanks again to Steven. He showed up at OpelkaCon. It was great to meet him in person.
It really was. All right, here's another one.
Good morning, crew. Just wanted you to know that Kirby was quick, in and out in less than 15 minutes.
Ooh.
So if you're looking for a place to early vote, it's a little off the beaten path to get there, but Kirby City Hall. Go check it out.
That is news I can use. Kirby
See?
City Hall. It's not that, it's a straight shot on
Yeah.
1604
Yep.
Across town. So I am writing that down. Thank you for the tip.
Yeah, I might actually do that because I'm going to be on that side of town this morning. So maybe I'll early vote today, guys.
I like
Hey.
it.
All right.
If there's not a line, it'd be a good time to do it.
Yes.
Yeah, why not? Get it in, get it out.
Very, very cool.
And that's your 15-minute window, Chris. What
That's-
you were looking for.
I know. And anything over 15 minutes, is, I won't be a fun guy in the line, but I won't punch anybody out.
Oh, thank God.
Darn it. All right. So keep them coming. We want to know, have you witnessed any shenanigans? And the other thing that drives me a little bit crazy, Charity, is when I'm walking from my car to go vote, there's always partisans out there trying to do some last minute politicking with you. It's like, dude, I know who I'm voting for, or I know what propositions I'm voting for or against. I don't need a last second convincing from you.
I don't know. Now that you handed me that glossy flyer, I'm going to have to reconsider,
That is a
You might
pretty
change
flyer.
my mind.
I may have to rethink.
I'm here. I know what I'm doing. I'm here already. Leave me
Yes.
alone.
All right.
And get off my lawn.
And get off my lawn. While you and can't you see I'm wearing?
Yeah. I can't hear you.
Yeah,
I
I'm
can't,
wearing
I can't
earbuds.
hear you.
I
got
can't hear
earbuds.
you.
I can't hear you.
Can't hear.
Not listening. Can't hear you.
You can hear Charity. She's got everything you need to know at the top of the hour. Lots more coming up. We'll talk about where the candidates were over the weekend. WOAI News Time 5:57.
And we're back.
Hey. Lucinda said lots of fun trash talking at the Texans game. Good. I'm glad everybody behaved.
Yeah,
Jason Minix told me years ago he was.
Nope.
What was that?
I quit, dude. Fuck this shit.
6 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, just 8 days left until the election. And a local election worker assaulted. We'll have the details. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Monday, partly cloudy, a high near 90. Tonight's low 72 with a slight chance of a shower. Right now, 69 degrees. Well, former President Trump held a rally at New York City's Madison Square Garden last night. Trump warned of an economic disaster if Vice President Kamala Harris wins a term as president.
If Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, our economy can never recover.
And Vice President Kamala Harris hit the campaign trail in Philadelphia, where she said this election is about 2 different visions for the U.S.
We are focused on the future, and we are focused on the needs of the American people, as opposed to a Donald Trump who spends full time looking in the mirror, focused on himself.
And the presidential candidates are hitting some of the nation's most contentious battleground states. Here's Fox's Ryan Schmelz.
Former President Trump holding a rally in Georgia, once a reliably red state that saw President Biden win in 2020. The former president will then head to Pennsylvania Tuesday before hitting Wisconsin and Nevada later in the week. Vice President Harris held events in Pennsylvania this weekend in the wake of a star-studded series of events. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Well, Coach Pop doesn't shy away from politics. Was asked about his thoughts on the election ahead of Saturday's win over the Houston Rockets. Pop said Trump is not the example we want to set for our kids.
This is the biggest whiner that ever walked the face of the earth. I mean, he's like the poorest example of a 5th grade bully I've ever seen. I mean, I just, would you want your kids to act like he does?
Coach Pop also said he couldn't wrap his head around why young college-age kids were in support of the former president. An election clerk was assaulted by a voter while working at the Johnston Branch Library polling site on the southwest side Thursday evening. Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar said it started when a poll worker asked 63-year-old Jesse Lutzenberger to remove his MAGA hat. Lutzenberger complied, but then put the hat back on before exiting the polling site. When the 69-year-old elections worker asked Lutzenberger to remove it again, Lutzenberger allegedly lost his cool and threw punches at the election worker. Salazar says there have been a few cases of voters breaking the law.
We've had several instances where people show up wearing clothing supporting a political candidate, which that's electioneering. And it's certainly something that you're not supposed to do.
Lutzenberger was charged with injury to the elderly and has since posted bond. Texas members of Congress continue to get complaints about the Postal Service. Bill Oliver explains.
Congressman Michael McCall says the Postal Service's performance is inexcusable.
This is a nationwide problem with the Postal Service, and it requires a nationwide response.
McCall says he's sending a letter to the Postmaster General and is looking at legislation to fix problems.
And if we have to hold back salaries at the top levels of executives in the Postal Service, so be it.
McCall says both sides of the political aisle in Washington are very frustrated with the Postal Service lack of performance.
And a long-delayed park under the Hay Street Bridge will open soon, possibly by next month. San Antonio Parks and Rec says the park on the east side will be open to the public this fall, probably before Thanksgiving. The park is reportedly 90% ready, but is waiting for CPS Energy to install lights. The skate park, the green space, and other amenities will be open first, but the playground won't be installed until January. Well, popular fast food item is making a comeback after an E. coli outbreak. Here's Fox's Kathleen Maloney.
McDonald's says Quarter Pounders will be back on the menu, but will not contain slivered onions from a Taylor Farms facility in Colorado Springs. The produce company is the supplier of fresh onions used by hundreds of restaurants involved in the E. coli outbreak that sickened at least 75 people in 13 states. An analysis by the FDA determined those uncooked onions are likely the source of contamination. McDonald's says testing has ruled out beef patties as the source. 22 people have been hospitalized. 2 have developed a dangerous kidney disease complication from eating contaminated Quarter Pounders. Kathleen Maloney, Fox News.
It is 6:06. Tonight, the Spurs host the Rockets for a second time. The voice of the Spurs, Bill Schoening, has more in today's Spurs Report.
San Antonio's first news, a big 6 o'clock hour is upon us. At 6:40, White House correspondent John Decker from the campaign trail as the candidates are in the final stretch with 8 days to go. Charlie Parker at 6:48 with Those Were the Days. Coming up this half hour at 6:20, we'll talk more about the San Antonio man arrested for allegedly punching an election poll worker. And coming up, where the candidates were over the weekend. We'll hear from them and react as well. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Some patchy fog this morning, partly cloudy this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, shower or two in the area in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the mid to upper 80s. Then on Wednesday, cloudy skies early, partly cloudy in the afternoon, slight chance of a shower, highs 90. 65 degrees at Fort Sam Houston, 65 in Monte Vista, and 65 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 612.
San Antonio's first news, that's Mr. T. She's Charity. I'm Chris. And over the weekend, among their campaign stops, Donald Trump holds a major rally at Madison Square Garden in New York City. Kamala Harris, meanwhile, was targeting Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. Let's listen to the candidates.
We got to get the senators elected because we can take the Senate pretty easily. And I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over.
But when I think about the days ahead and the God we serve, I am confident that his power will work through us. Because, church, I know we were born for a time such as this.
Kamala Harris and Donald Trump campaigning over the weekend. And Charity, interesting, Donald Trump at Madison Square Garden, of course, New York, one of his home states in addition to Florida. But, we know that New York is in the blue column, but he was in California just a few days before that, which is also in the blue column. That doesn't seem to deter him.
Yeah, I mean, these candidates at this point, with it being so close, neck and neck, they don't want to leave anything on the table. There are those that claim Madison Square Garden was more about the former president's ego, seeing his name in the marquee lights. It needs a long voice to desire to do that. And it was an amazing turnout. It was a massive rally. And it was jam-packed with the likes of Elon Musk. And then you even had Melania Trump, who made a rare rally appearance and spoke behind the podium. So a big moment for the Trump campaign.
Yeah, I just wonder, do they not vet the people that are come out and talk at a rally for Donald Trump? This comedian, Tony Hinchcliffe, I mean, the guy went off the rails, I think.
Yes.
And I'm wondering why they didn't vet them. They did come out afterwards and say that his views and points do not reflect that of the former president and the campaign.
Yeah, the comedian, his most notable line that was replayed a lot. Oh, do you have it, Mr. Teal?
I have it right here.
Let's listen to it, then we'll react.
There's a lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Not good.
Not yet. And you've gotten, notable Latinos like Bad Bunny and J-Lo and other celebrities coming out and denouncing that. Now, but Charity, the Trump campaign says his views do not reflect those of the campaign.
And based on the audience response, it just doesn't sound like that joke landed well at all, even with those in attendance. Unfortunately, for the Trump campaign, I mean, that's just more controversy. But, and nothing stays for long, it seems, when it comes to controversy in the former president.
Ain't that the truth, man? It just kind of bounces off of him no matter what happens. But I can't believe you would have somebody that you have to know something could happen like this. Get somebody that people know, for God's sakes.
Yeah, but, I'm guessing he did do some material about the Clintons and Bill and Monica Lewinsky and Hillary Clinton and people disappearing. allegedly at the responsibility of the Clintons. So he had some other material that seemed to do better in front of that audience.
Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, you have Vice President Kamala Harris targeting those battleground states, particularly Pennsylvania, and she's continuing her attempt to win over black male voters, whom some seem to be moving toward Trump. So we'll see how that ends out. But again, it's crunch time. I mean, they are going to be campaigning at a fever pitch now until next Tuesday.
Yeah, and we're all over this election. We are your election central. Coming up at 6:40, White House correspondent John Decker on where the candidates are headed now in the final stretch of this campaign. WOAI News Time, 6:16.
And we're back.
Woo! Woohoo! Sickapal and Tommy Miller, welcome back in.
Good morning, Tommy.
Tommy,
Sika, how are you?
Sam Tobias. Anybody else who may be in here, welcome, 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 welcome. 26 of you right now. Echo 5 Hotel.
Echo.
Welcome in.
Teflon Donald Trump.
You know what? That's been the case.
Visit our new showroom at 1926 Gulf Mart. That's Pella Windows and Doors of San Antonio. 1926 Gulf Mart. Pella Windows and Doors of San Antonio. With Cybersecurity Awareness Month winding down,
Yep, another interception there, Dak. Thanks.
Dak.
Echo, it was something that our board ops did. No concern. Oh, sure. You scored a touchdown there. Couldn't get one when you needed it, though.
In garbage time.
Yeah. Have a good day, Bob.
Adios, Bob.
What was that?
Double coverage.
Yeah.
Nowhere near the receiver.
No. Come on. And Washington just
That was
meanwhile is
crazy.
yeah.
And that, if I'm a coach, when you do a Hail Mary,
Mm-hmm.
you should send one guy, whether it's straight back, there should be one guy way out, and you should have your guys try to tip it to him.
Sure. It makes sense.
Because that's what happened here. I mean, he was away from the action. It got tipped to him. That may be a template for
It should be.
trying to do a Hail Mary. Yeah.
I mean, look at them. They just keep winning too, man.
Yeah. Unlike the Cowboys.
Man, the Bears, boy.
Well, and I saw an angle of this final play from the end zone, a fan shooting on his phone.
Yeah.
And one of the Bears, right before the play, is like talking trash to the crowd,
Oh, yeah.
waving. It's like, and then he runs over to that crowd.
They got a tough schedule coming up too, man.
Yeah. Uh, 24, right?
Yep.
I need to tell her that.
It doesn't matter. She didn't read the clock anyway, so. We're not going to have but 2 minutes, it seems like.
Yeah.
Stand by.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather, then more reaction to the San Antonio man accused of punching out an election worker. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
Former President Trump held a jam-packed rally at New York City's Madison Square Garden. Around 20,000 people are expected when Vice President Harris gives what organizers are calling her closing argument to voters tomorrow in Washington, D.C. And we'll have the latest on the assault of a local election worker. More coming up right now, traffic and weather.
Patchy fog this morning, partly cloudy this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, shower or two in the area in the morning, and then partly cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the mid to upper 80s. Wednesday, cloudy early, partly cloudy in the afternoon. There is a slight chance of a shower, highs right around 90 degrees. 65 degrees at the Snake Farm, 65 in Castroville, and 65 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 622.
San Antonio's First News. Charity has been reporting on it. 63-year-old Jesse Lutzenberger, accused of assaulting a 69-year-old election clerk at a Southside polling site. According to Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar, the accused faces a third-degree felony assault charge, is punishable by up to 10 years in prison and a fine up to $10,000. And Bexar County District Attorney Joe Gonzalez saying he will vigorously prosecute Lutzenberger and anyone else who engages in this type of behavior at the polls.
Most definitely. And I imagine he's going to potentially do some prison time for this. I mean, we're talking about a third-degree felony here. Just it's a sad state of affairs when this happens. You don't want to see this happen in your own community, but hopefully it'll serve as a reminder to other people that, you cannot be found guilty of electioneering. Wear any kind of campaign slogan, shirts, hats, you name it, buttons. You cannot wear it within 100 feet of a polling site.
And I'm just wondering what makes people so angry nowadays to where somebody's telling you to obey the law and you go off. Now, he complied at first, and then, after he took his hat off and voted, he put it back on before he left. And I'm wondering if he did that on purpose or if it was just kind of a reaction, normal reaction.
A great question, and you're asking why are people so angry, in this case, prone to violence. Makes me think of what's been happening on airlines ever since the pandemic. There's been more fights on airlines. People just have a shorter fuse. People are more prone to flip out and act out. And I think that's what happened here. Coming up, Charity has everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. We got a Spurs report for you from the voice of the San Antonio.
Flashback.
Oh, it's flashback.
Yeah, we're going to see what happened on this day in history.
A Spurs flashback.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll go back in time again for the second straight hour. It's beautiful. And then White House correspondent John Decker taking a look at the final stretch of this campaign with 8 days to go. WOAI News Time 624.
And we're back.
All right.
Yeah, Sika, it is a thankless job.
Yeah.
Long hours. And most of the time you're volunteering. There are some that get paid, but most of them are volunteers, man. And that's just wrong to be treating them like that.
And until recently, it was thankless, and you never thought that you'd get assaulted while doing that job. Whereas just in the same way, when we went to school, you never thought there could be a mass shooting at
That's
school.
true. That's true. But I like your analogy. It is like the airlines.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody is just, you're supposed to follow the rules, man.
Yeah. Oh.
You know, this could be a sweep too in the World Series, man.
Yeah, and on a certain level, I don't
Get
want
it
the
over with.
Dodgers, but yeah, get it over with.
Get it over with.
Move on. Let's just focus on football. As God intended.
Yeah, you remember when it was always in October, like it would be over before November. Now it's going into November. If it goes 7 games, it'll be into
That's true.
November.
Yeah.
And that's not right. That's football, man.
Yeah, Reggie Jackson wasn't Mr. November.
No,
Come on.
it was Mr. October. Just because you start it in October does not make it like that.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree. Travis, people had shotguns in their trucks right in the back window with a gun rack and never had a problem.
So true.
Yep, going dove hunting after school. You don't want to go home. You just want to go straight to where you're shooting, where you're going to hunt at. And they just have their shotguns in there. And nobody, never a problem.
Well, somebody posted this. Dak Prescott in the last 3 games, 6 interceptions.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott.
So the way I look at that, that's $10 million a interception so far this year.
Yeah, enjoy your $60 million. He's got his money.
Yeah. Good news, Tommy. Like to hear that about your grandson. Damn it, Chris. We're a second early.
Wow.
I know.
Don't worry. It'll be
I know.
utilized.
I know. We need to be out by 40 so we can get to John Decker.
Uh-huh.
Not 41, not 42. The only good thing about the election being over in 8 days is I don't have to watch any more of these campaign
that's
commercials.
True. That's a perk.
No, you have a John Wayne.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay. Right.
This is that spot where I cannot change anything. Ridiculous. Yes, I do. The election will be over. We might not have a winner by then, but the election will be over in 8 days.
Yeah.
So the campaign ads will go
The ads
away.
will be over.
Here comes Charity.
6:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, just 8 days to go until the election, and a man charged with assaulting an election worker posts bond. We'll have the details. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Monday, partly cloudy, a high near 90. Tonight's low 72 with a slight chance of a shower. Right now, 69 degrees. Former President Trump begins a full week of rallies following last night's event in his hometown of New York City. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more.
Welcome to the stage by Elon Musk, former First Lady Melania Trump, and a live performance by country star Lee Greenwood. Former President Trump took the stage before a full house at Madison Square Garden on Sunday night. He was greeted with thunderous applause and cheering, then reminded his supporters to get out and vote on Election Day, promising that a second Trump term would be, quote, America's new golden age.
We're not going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired.
Former President Trump is kicking off the final full week before Election Day with a rally this evening in Georgia. At Madison Square Garden, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
During a Michigan campaign stop Saturday, Vice President Kamala Harris contrasted her plan for the economy with Trump's ideas.
Donald Trump will impose a 20% Trump national sales tax on everyday basic necessities, which will cost, the economists have measured it, will cost the average family nearly $4,000 a year. On the other hand, I will take on an issue like corporate price gouging.
Meantime, Puerto Rican stars Bad Bunny, Ricky Martin, and Jennifer Lopez are throwing their support behind Harris. It comes after a comedian at Trump's New York City rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Following the backlash, the Trump campaign said the joke does not reflect the views of President Trump or the campaign. Meantime, President Biden will cast his ballot for the election this morning. Here's Fox's Jared Halpern.
President Biden will cast his ballot early this morning in his hometown of Wilmington, Delaware, the White House says. The president endorsed his Vice President Kamala Harris shortly after ending his own re-election bid in July, becoming the first president since Lyndon Johnson to not run for re-election. A growing number of Americans are taking advantage of early voting, either in person or by mail. As of Sunday night, nearly 42 million people have already voted early, according to data from the University of Florida's election lab. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The number of early votes cast in Bexar County in the past week is closing in on 290,000. The county elections office says nearly 48,000 Bexar County ballots were cast Saturday. There are 51 early voting locations across the county in schools, libraries, churches, and community centers. Registered voters can cast their ballots at any polling site during the early voting period, which ends Friday. Voting hours this week are 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. A case of assault at a Bexar County polling place over a voter's MAGA hat has the spotlight on Texas's electioneering laws.
In San Antonio, a purple line marks 100 feet from the entrance of a polling site, and that's where political clothing must be covered up. Otherwise, it's electioneering and a possible $500 fine. These voters expressed a range of reactions to News 4 about that law.
In all reality, I don't think seeing somebody wearing a political T-shirt past that line is going to sway my vote.
Your stories where there's incidences of people shouting, getting aggressive, even becoming physical.
But there was one thing they could all seem to agree on.
First of all, the sign should be bigger. It's not visible.
If you hadn't have told me, I don't think I would have known that there was a 100-foot limit.
So the sign is very small. It's not very detailed.
Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And with tensions at the ballot box getting high, some may consider bringing a gun for their protection, but experts say that's a bad idea.
It is unlawful to take a firearm onto the premises, and the key word there is premises, of a polling place.
Kirk Evans runs Texas-based U.S. Law Shield, which is a legal defense program. He says that gun owners can still bring a weapon, just keep it in their car. U.S. Rep. Colin Allred's fundraising in his campaign to replace Senator Ted Cruz now tops Beto O'Rourke's campaign haul back in 2018. Allred raised nearly $12 million in the first 16 days of this month. Cruz raised almost $10 million in that same stretch. And this election cycle, Allred has raised more than $80 million, surpassing the $70 million plus raised by O'Rourke in his earlier run against Cruz. Meantime, Cruz has raised nearly $87 million. Fort Worth police are providing more information about the 5 people killed in a wrong-way freeway crash early yesterday morning. Police say a father, mother, and their 2 kids were in a car traveling the wrong direction around 3:30 in the morning when it ran head-on into a pickup truck. All 4 family members died, along with a woman in the other car. Her fiancé was hospitalized and is expected to recover. Gas prices continue to fall, with the average national price per gallon dropping 7 cents over the past 2 weeks to $3.19. However, oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg says it may not fall any further.
1 week ago, crude oil prices had already bottomed out and they edged back up substantially. Likewise, in some markets around the country, wholesale gasoline prices did bottom out and are rising some. So there are indications that this low price at retail may not hold for long.
Texas sits at $2.66 on average, with Bexar County averaging $2.68 a gallon. And Halloween is Thursday, and many are still scrambling to get their costumes ready. Rex Oates has more.
When the doorbell rings on Halloween, expect to see a lot of kids dressed as Beetlejuice. Deja Hernandez at Gibson's Costumes in San Antonio says that's the hot one this year. And for adults, they all want to dress up like the TV show Bridgerton.
Colonial ball gowns, colonial with the knickers and the coats.
The scariest part of this year's Halloween might be the price of the candy. Sacks of chocolate bars are costing around $20. A survey done by the Halloween and Costume Association found that 1 in 4 Americans plan to spend less compared to last year. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check of your money in the world of business, Scott Carr is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Scott. Remember, your trusted source for timely and in-depth election coverage is WOAI. Count on us to deliver the latest updates on Decision 2024. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's First News. We are your election central, and a big part of our election coverage, of course, is White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Let's check in with him now. John, 8 days to go. We are in the final stretch. Where will the candidates be heading this week?
Yeah, it's the final full week of campaigning for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Let's talk first about the former president. Today, he'll be in Atlanta, Georgia. Tomorrow in Allentown, Pennsylvania. On Wednesday in Green Bay, Wisconsin. On Thursday, he's going to be in a suburb of Las Vegas, Henderson, Nevada. And on Friday, he's going to be in Milwaukee. Saturday, he has an event, by the way, in Salem, Virginia. As for the vice president, today, she's in Michigan. She'll give a closing argument address on the ellipse near the White House tomorrow. And then she'll campaign on Wednesday, 3 battleground states, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. And then she's heading out west. She'll campaign in Nevada and Arizona, rallies in Reno, Las Vegas, and Phoenix on Thursday. Friday, she's still in Phoenix, and then likely in Wisconsin on Saturday of this week. So busy schedules for both Trump and Harris.
John, is the focus still on undecided voters at this point for both campaigns, or are they primarily going after a certain segment of voters?
Well, I think that it depends which campaign you're talking about. For the Harris campaign, absolutely, their focus is not only undecided voters, but certainly energizing their base, making certain that their base comes out and votes in large numbers. For Donald Trump, there does not seem to be a real push for those undecided voters. He's really counting on a big push by his base to come out in overwhelming numbers to offset what the Democrats may be able to do in this election cycle. But I don't discern any strategy, any plan to reach out to those people who potentially could be reachable. And that's those very small sliver, very small percentage of voters who describe themselves this far out, just 8 days away, as undecided.
Now, John, let's talk about Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden last night. He had a comedian, Tony Hinchcliffe, was a speaker. And do they not vet these guys before they bring them on to a rally like this?
Well, they should be. And I think what you're referring to is the very racist messages that he was delivering in his address to that crowded, I think it was packed, Madison Square Garden. And what struck me as very odd is that he was one of the first speakers that spoke at Madison Square Garden last night. There should have been someone from the campaign, if not former President Trump himself, to distance themselves on stage from that speaker. And there was a statement that was put out well after the rally concluded, but you got to do it in front of the people. And, the reason why you're asking me this, it undercuts everything associated with the rally when you have a speaker that comes out and makes those very racist statements about a community that Donald Trump wants and Donald Trump needs to win the White House this year.
And meanwhile, early voting underway, as you know, John, and numbers of Republicans early voting seem to be certainly up. Do you think this is an indication of a bigger voter turnout overall for Republicans, or does this mean that there'll be less Republicans showing up on Election Day, which is what they had been known for?
Yeah, that is a great question, and no one knows the answer to that question. No one can even speculate. I certainly wouldn't speculate, but it's a good question. The early voting, I think, is in large numbers compared to the last election cycle because, as you know, the last election cycle, Donald Trump encouraged his supporters to vote on Election Day, not this early voting, a different focus for the 2024 campaign. And, to your question, you don't know if the folks that are voting early are folks that would have voted on Election Day. In other words, that total doesn't change as a whole. It's just that those votes are being banked early. So that's a great question. I think we'll get a better answer to that question after all the results come in 8 days from today.
It is so close. Our thanks to White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days next. WOAI News Time, 645.
And we're back.
All righty.
I have, I think, 3.
Oh, good. Because we haven't been pimping it much at
I
all.
have 3.
I meant to pimp it
That's all right.
earlier, but we had such little time at 6:22.
Yep.
I didn't get to it.
Yep.
All right. Travis Sickapolin, Tim, Mag 7189, Tommy Miller, anybody else in here? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tommy, I'm just reading. You wrote a long time ago, but very cool that
Yes.
you're going to be out there at the hospital today, so your kids have some time.
That's very cool.
We continue to pray. You brought up the rain. I got a push alert from the Express News. Will South Texas actually see rain this week? Here's when it could happen. So
Yeah, well,
my point is you were spot on to bring that up.
But it's, if you look at it, a shower or two, so it means it's going to be scattered.
Yeah.
And according to the Weather Channel, it looks like about a 35% chance.
Okay.
Which means you know how that goes. I mean, 65% of people will not see rain.
So you're saying we have a chance?
There's a chance. Now, if you're lucky enough to be in those areas where it does rain, God bless you.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I'm always in the part where it doesn't get the rain.
I still haven't seen that commercial.
I saw it. I saw it. It's
how
very
is it?
cool.
Okay.
Very cool.
Cool.
Very, very cool.
What, are they talking to him? I guess
Yes, the three quarterbacks. They're having a little conversation with him, and then he walks up, and Burkhardt is there. See?
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually pretty well done. I finally saw it yesterday.
Cool.
When I was watching the Colts game. Yeah, Colts.
Put it on
Colts Texans.
YouTube yet.
I'm sure it is. Got to be.
I looked the other day and it had
Really?
an older one from beginning of the season, but not
okay.
the specific one. Brady. Fox. Yeah, it's still there from when I was looking last time. Yeah, they've got one from over a month ago when
Wow. Yeah, I finally saw it yesterday, and I was like, wow, okay. Man, that brings back memories. Skateland.
Yeah.
Yeah, one time I had toyed with having a skating party for my birthday when I was like 50 something, and I thought, bad idea. You know, fall down and break my hip or something. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, not good when you get older to think about, hey, let's have a skating party. Why not just get on a skateboard? So are you going to Kirby?
I might.
It's a place to go.
It's not that it's a
It's not
straight
that
shot
far,
from,
yeah.
on 1604.
Yeah, it's not that far from here. Mm. So I'm thinking without a Pelka here today, let's go back to that San Antonio guy punching the poll worker. I don't think we can do it enough.
I agree with you. But you are right. I went to the Express News. I can't find anything on Suzanne Simpson.
No.
Let me go look again.
No, that's something from 3 days ago.
Yeah, but
that's nothing like
but as
right
you
now.
scroll
no.
down their front page, there's nothing. You would think there'd be like because it's such a big story. You'd think there'd be a little box with the latest.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking and looking. Nothing. sure I remind myself to text Mr. Charlie Parker today.
Yeah. I don't know what time you're getting back, so I don't know when you'll get a response.
I'll do it late in the day because I mean Vegas time.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, the Trump campaign is distancing itself from an anti-Puerto Rico comment made by a speaker at last night's Madison Square Garden rally. Vice President Harris plans to deliver a major speech tomorrow in Washington, D.C., and a man accused of electioneering is posted bond after allegedly punching a Southwest Side election worker. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Patchy fog this morning, partly cloudy this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, shower or two in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon, highs in mid to upper 80s. Wednesday, cloudy skies early, partly cloudy in the afternoon, slight chance of a shower, highs 90. 64 degrees in China Grove, 65 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 64 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:54.
San Antonio's first news, our thanks to Charlie Parker. For those were the days. That's Mr. T. She's Charity. I'm Chris. And we've been asking you this morning, in light of the story that Charity's been reporting on, the San Antonio man accused of punching out an election worker. Have you seen anything unusual while early voting? And while you're at it, how long did you wait for early voting? Andrew Zimmel had to wait 2 hours in Stone Oak. I think I'm driving to Kirby where I hear it'll be 15 minutes for me. So, Charity, how do people talk to us on the Talk Back?
The free iHeart Radio app. You search 1200 WOAI and look for the red circle. That's the Talk Back button. Once you hit it, 30 seconds to sound off.
And you will sound something like this.
Good morning. It's the oil man from Lavernia, Texas. It took me exactly 34 minutes to vote. And the only issue I had two women in front of me that were talking out loud that had moved from California to Lavernia and talking about making Texas a blue state.
Well, there you go.
Now, see, that's a little, if you're going to talk partisan politics in line voting, you need to realize there's people
that's
in line with you for 34 minutes who might not see the world the way you do.
And it could cause a confrontation.
Yeah.
I think that's the point in time in which you put in those earbuds. You know, in your ears.
But see, even though there's no law against it, I think talking politics in line at a voting place is not a good idea.
No, it's not.
I'm with the oil man on this.
All right, here's another one.
I have a suggestion of the time and place. This is Gary. Time is not when they open. Yesterday, I drove by 2 polling stations. Both the lines were not only outside the building, but around the building. But then we went back to Casa Hills City Hall an hour and a half before closing, and there was no line. There were 6 people in line inside the building, and it was quick. Casa Hills City Hall.
Okay.
Castle Hill City Hall closer than Kirby.
Writing it down.
But you got to wait till right before they close, according to him.
And I go to sleep at about
I know.
6:30, and
they
they close at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, bummer. All right, we got another one. Here it is.
Hey guys and gal, it's Kevin from San Antonio. So I don't have a crazy polling experience, but I have some awesome advice. So listen up and listen carefully. First things first, you're going to wear plain pants. You're going to wear a plain shirt. You are going to forego your MAGA hat and your Kamala earrings. You will drive your happy butt down to the precinct. You will walk in without causing a fuss. You will pull the lever without causing a fuss. You will leave without causing a fuss. And once you are outside that perimeter, you will yell Trump 2024.
That is solid advice.
Yes, Kevin. See, that should be a public service announcement. We should be playing that every half hour.
Hilarious.
Way to go, Kevin. I like it.
If we were giving something away today, he would have already won.
Yeah, Kevin, we got nothing to give away today, but you would be the winner.
You have won our respect with that.
Yes. You've won our respect.
All of it.
Yes. Now, Mr. T, I've heard you teasing us with the weather. Yeah, you're such a tease.
I know.
But what's the deal on the rain chances?
Tomorrow, a shower or two in the area in the morning. If you look at the Weather Channel, it's about a 35% chance, which means 65% of the area is not going to get any rain.
You're saying there's a chance.
But don't let that, if it does rain, don't let that stop you from going to the polls and voting, though. It's just a little water, and we haven't seen it in so long. I would stand outside in the rain if it meant I could vote quick.
People might be dancing in the rain and singing in the rain.
Singing in the rain, definitely.
The way things have been lately.
Yeah, so there's a chance.
It might calm tensions, if it just starts raining and everyone just starts getting along fabulously, maybe not talking politics while waiting in line to vote early. I don't know. Things could
It might even
happen.
be a rainbow.
I love that.
And people would just come together and kumbaya.
And hold hands and stand in a circle. It'd be great.
Say we're all Americans. Can't we just get along?
Yeah, that's a good. Why can't we just all get along?
Wouldn't that be nice?
It would be nice.
Yeah, and I wonder, this incident, and we've been talking about it. We'll talk more about it in the next half hour. The San Antonio man accused of punching out a poll worker. That happened so early in early voting.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering across the country, and it made national news. They're talking about this in New York City, in LA, in Miami, in Chicago. They're talking about San Antonio. Congratulations, dude. I just wonder if that's just a harbinger of things to come. I wonder, we're so divided. This is such a contentious election. I wonder if we're going to see more of this across the country.
I think it's more of an important reminder about election laws, state election laws, electioneering. I think there are people that forgot. People are bursting with pride for their support for one candidate or the other. And I think a lot of people were like, oh, yeah, that's right. That is against the law. So hopefully other people are getting the message if they were planning on wearing any political gear to the polls.
Sadly, he's from where I grew up, my side of town. I saw his address, went, oh, I know where that is.
Yeah, 63 years old. You would think you would know better.
You would think.
Yeah.
You would think.
People get triggered, though. My goodness. Again, all the more reason to everybody just take a few deep breaths if you go to a polling place. And you may have a clear head, but there may be a Yahoo out there. So just be very vigilant, be very aware, and try to calm one another down. All right, Charity's got everything you need to know in a moment. Wait till you hear this. We'll listen in on Donald Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden last night. But right now, Charity with all the big news stories, because WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, just 8 days to go until the election, and a local election worker assaulted. We'll have the details, first traffic, and the weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Monday, partly cloudy, a high near 90, tonight's low 72 with a slight chance of a shower. Right now, 69 degrees. Former President Trump held a rally at New York City's Madison Square Garden last night. He warned of an economic disaster if Vice President Kamala Harris wins a term as president.
If Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, our economy can never recover.
Meantime, Harris hit the campaign trail in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where she said this election is about 2 different visions for the U.S.
We are focused on the future, and we are focused on the needs of the American people, as opposed to a Donald Trump who spends full time looking in the mirror, focused on himself.
And the presidential candidates are hitting some of the nation's most contentious battleground states. Here's Fox's Ryan Schmelz.
Former President Trump holding a rally in Georgia, once a reliably red state that saw President Biden win in 2020. The former president will then head to Pennsylvania Tuesday before hitting Wisconsin and Nevada later in the week. Vice President Harris held events in Pennsylvania this weekend in the wake of a star-studded series of events. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Well, Coach Pop doesn't shy away from politics and was asked about his thoughts on the presidential election ahead of Saturday's win over the Houston Rockets. Pop said Trump is not the example we want to set for our kids.
I got to tell my grandchildren that I guess if they want to be like Trump, I got to say, hey, no, today you're going to win because there's no way you can lose. And if you do lose, it was rigged against you. So don't buy it. Don't buy it. You got to figure out who to blame.
Popovich also said he couldn't wrap his head around why young college-age kids were in support of the former president. And we're learning more about the man accused of assaulting a Bexar County elections worker at a Southwest Side polling site on Thursday. Eric Lycum reports.
Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar tells reporters a man identified as Jesse Lutzenberger had removed his red MAGA hat when he and his wife voted, but put it back on afterwards. That's when the unidentified 69-year-old clerk asked him to remove it again.
Then the victim seemed to push off of the suspect at that point. The suspect then turned and threw several punches right at the face of the victim.
That clerk treated at the scene and sent home. Lutzenberger was tracked down and arrested, charged with felony injury to the elderly. He posted a $30,000 bond and was released.
We've had several instances where people show up wearing clothing supporting a political candidate, which that's electioneering. And it's certainly something that you're not supposed to do.
Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Former President Trump and his allies are warning that non-citizens have registered to vote and will be casting ballots. But those in charge of elections say there are plenty of checks and balances to make sure that doesn't happen.
When anyone applies to register to vote, there literally is a box on the card that checks to say, I am a U.S. citizen.
Bexar County Elections Coordinator Jackie Callanan says their list gets sent to the Secretary of State and they work with the state troopers and Homeland Security to validate citizenship. Allegations of non-citizens voting are nothing new. Trump previously falsely claimed that non-citizens contributed to Hillary Clinton's popular vote advantage in the 2016 presidential election. Well, Halloween is Thursday and many are still scrambling to get those costumes ready. Rex Oates has more.
When the doorbell rings on Halloween, expect to see a lot of kids dressed as Beetlejuice. Deja Hernandez at Gibson's Costumes in San Antonio says that's the hot one this year. And for adults, they all want to dress up like the TV show Bridgerton.
Colonial ball gowns, colonial with the knickers and the coats.
The scariest part of this year's Halloween might be the price of the candy. Sacks of chocolate bars are costing around $20. A survey done by the Halloween and Costume Association found that 1 in 4 Americans plan to spend less compared to last year. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The 49ers defeated the Dallas Cowboys 30-24 in an NFC showdown at Levi Stadium last night. Here's Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott.
Sitting at 3-4, but I can definitely tell you that nobody's shaking or giving up. Frustration is very high, but it's a long season.
Up next, Dallas takes on the Falcons in Atlanta next Sunday. It is 7:06. Tonight, the Spurs host the Rockets for a second time. The voice of the Spurs, Bill Schoening, has details in today's Spurs Insider, brought to you by SWBC. Thanks, Bill. Today's Spurs Insider brought to you by SWBC. Remember, your trusted source for timely and in-depth election coverage is WOAI. Count on us to deliver the latest updates on Decision 2024. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, a big 7 o'clock hour already underway. Coming up at 7:20, more on the San Antonio man accused of assaulting an election worker. We'll get a comprehensive look at these final 8 days before this election. National correspondent Rory O'Neill joining us at 7:40. At 7:50, we'll hear more from you On the Talkback feature this morning, we are asking you, have you seen anything unusual in your early voting? And where do you go to early vote? And where can I go where I don't have to wait 2 hours like Andrew Zimmel did over the weekend? I'm willing to wait 15 minutes.
Yeah, I could maybe do 15 minutes. I can swing that for sure, but there's just no way I can wait in the sun, and have awkward small talk for 2 hours. That's a big ask. I don't know.
And it is so awkward in the election line. Coming up, a segment called Wait Till You Hear This. We'll listen to Donald Trump last night at Madison Square Garden. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Patchy fog this morning, partly cloudy this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, shower or two in the area in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the mid to upper 80s. Then on Wednesday, cloudy early, partly cloudy in the afternoon, still a slight chance of a shower, highs 90. 65 degrees in Cibolo, Texas, 65 in Castroville, 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:12.
San Antonio's first news every weekday morning at this time. We span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. It was a big Donald Trump rally last night at Madison Square Garden. Place was packed. Melania was there. Elon Musk was there. A comedian that would insult Puerto Ricans was there. And Donald Trump had a lot to say. Let's listen to the former president.
We're running against something far bigger than Joe or Kamala and far more powerful than them, which is a massive, vicious, crooked, radical left machine that runs today's Democrat Party. They're just vessels. In fact, they're perfect vessels because they'll never give them a hard time. They'll do whatever they want. I know many of them. It's just this amorphous group of people. But they're smart and they're vicious. And we have to defeat them. And when I say the enemy from within, the other side goes crazy, becomes a sound. Oh, how can he say? No, they've done very bad things to this country. They are indeed the enemy from within. But this is who we're fighting. These are the people who are doing such harm to our country with their open border policies, record-setting inflation, Green New Scam, and everything else that they're doing. But we're not going to let it happen any longer. We're going to have the biggest victory in the history of our country on November 5th. It's going to be the biggest victory in history. We're going to make America great again, everybody.
Former President Donald Trump speaking at a big rally in his hometown, New York City, at Madison Square Garden. And Charity, I thought it was interesting just a few minutes ago. We spoke, you brought up the question to White House correspondent John Decker on strategy for each candidate. And for the Trump campaign, it looks like turning out the base. Just they want overwhelming numbers, get everybody to come out and vote, and they believe that will lead them to victory.
Yeah, I don't think there's any undecided voters at this point. With 8 days to go, I think pretty much everyone's chosen a side. But I think former President Trump is really about the spectacle, of having a massive rally, a great turnout at Madison Square Garden, seeing his name in the marquee lights. I think that's what the former president kind of relishes in. But for VP Kamala Harris, I know she's hoping to lock in the black male vote, although there are polls that indicate that Trump has won that demographic as well.
Yeah, and what I find interesting, and I guess it's because of the schedule he's keeping, did he sound a little bit tired in that clip we just played? He sounded a little bit subdued. Normally he's got more energy.
Yeah, in that clip he did sound tired, but I remember maybe 4 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, I remember we were thinking the same thing. And then, he turns around and has just a ton of energy.
Burst of energy,
So,
yeah.
But you look at both of their schedules.
Oh, yeah.
If we did we had John Decker say, here's Trump this week: Atlanta, Allentown, Pennsylvania, Green Bay, Nevada, Milwaukee, Virginia. I mean, I'd sound tired if I was trying to keep up that schedule myself. All right, coming up, it's the big local election story. Unfortunately, a San Antonio man accused of assaulting an election worker, what he's facing, what might be next for him, and why it's a cautionary tale to the rest of us. We'll dive into that coming right up. WOAI News Time 716.
And we're back.
Trevin, welcome in.
Good morning, Trevin. Sleepy, good morning.
Trevin, we played The Offensive Comedian earlier in the show, and we did a segment on it.
New consultant.
Trevin, chances are the San Antonio man that assaulted the poll worker is a WOAI 1200 listener. Like you, Trevin? So does that mean that you're liable to assault a poll worker as well, since you listen to WOAI? Don Harris listens of News 4. Might he assault somebody?
It's very possible.
Tangi Patton listens. I hope she doesn't assault somebody at a voting location.
Do not do that. Now,
in fact,
question for you.
Yeah.
Do you do the electronic voting or do you do the paper ballot?
It's electronic where I've gone.
See, we get a choice where I go.
Wow.
And here's what I've noticed, because when I go, it's usually a bunch of older people. They all go for the paper ballot. So the the online ones, the electronic ones are always open. So I always go to the electronic one.
Yeah, I don't think I've had a choice. Sleepy, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, it's Andy Everett.
Hey, Andy. Hey, Andy. I'll have you know we did not make fun of Andy that much at all during this show.
Do we have a highlight for Jeff Traylor?
I haven't gotten any, no. No, it happened for 2 weeks. We got highlights and then it just stopped. It's usually how it goes. Stand by.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then more on the San Antonio man accused of assaulting an election worker. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
With just 8 days to go, Trump and Harris continue their focus on battleground states. A man arrested for punching an election worker at a Southwest Side polling location has posted bond, and Realtor.com is out with its ranking of the top 10 cities with the lowest cost of living. We'll have the details right now, traffic and weather.
Patchy fog early, partly cloudy this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, shower 2 in the morning, and then partly cloudy in the afternoon, highs in mid to upper 80s. Wednesday, cloudy skies early, partly cloudy in the afternoon. There is a slight chance of a shower, highs 90. It is 65 degrees in Leon Valley, 64 in Monte Vista, and 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 721.
San Antonio's first news normally at this time. We check in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He is on assignment today, but he says he'll be back tomorrow at this time.
All the way through the election.
And all the way through the election. So this is the last time you're going to have to miss him. Now, we did have him in studio.
Extended, yes.
Extended dance mix was on Friday. And when he and Randy Beamer got up and danced, it was, man, it was like John Travolta and Saturday Night Fever. It was unbelievable. Nonetheless, and we will see Mike tomorrow at this time. This segment is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Well, it's a national story now, but it happened in Bexar County. A gentleman voting, he apparently had a red MAGA cap on. An election worker said, hey, you can't wear that within 100 feet of the polling place. Can you take your hat off? Apparently, he did take it off at one point and then voted and popped it back on. And I think he was asked to take it off again, and at which point he allegedly assaulted a 69-year-old election clerk. The man arrested 63-year-old Jesse Lutzenberger. He faces a third-degree felony assault charge, which is punishable by up to 10 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. He posted a $30,000 bond on Friday and was released by Bexar County Jail. And it's the law, and it's not that it was a MAGA hat. If he had a Kamala hat or any other political hat, he'd have been asked to remove it.
It just makes you wonder what was going through the mind of the 63-year-old Jesse Lutzenberger. Did he think he was being unfairly targeted, picked on? Did he not know that it was the law that you cannot wear any kind of campaign slogan, hat, any kind of apparel, accessory? I just don't understand why that took place. Maybe he's known for being a hothead. I don't know. We'll probably get more as we learn more about what took place and more about this individual.
Well, the fact that he initially complied, took his hat off, voted, and then put it back on before he left and was, reminded that, hey, you can't do that. And then he just immediately starts throwing punches. Now, I understand that he's possibly going to face charges of injury to an elderly person, which that right there just sounds bad.
Yeah, it sounds bad. And the reality is they're fairly close in age.
Yes.
The guy who was hit, reportedly, the election worker, 69, Lutzenberger, 63 years old. But Charity, you mentioned the term hothead, and it reminds me of road rage. Somebody's a hothead and they act out, they flip out behind the wheel. I mentioned to Tim earlier this morning, there's more altercations on airlines these days ever since the pandemic. I think people in general need to chill, but it is, and we've said it for a long time. This is such a divided country. This is such a divided election. On a certain level, I'm saddened by this story, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I guess I'm saddened because it happened in our own community. You think of when you hear those kind of things taking place, you think, oh, that's somewhere else, not here. But I hope that other people who maybe have the same tendencies, who are bursting with pride and can't wait to wear their presidential campaign gear, are giving pause to that idea and learn from this lesson, this incident. Hopefully this never happens again. I feel for this 69-year-old election clerk who is now nursing wounds to the face.
Yeah, it's a thankless job being an election clerk, but like so many things, up until recently, it wasn't a job where you would have to fear for your safety. And we're kind of at that point in this country now where if you're an election clerk, you got to keep your head on a swivel, unfortunately. All right, lots more coming up. Speaking of the election, 740 national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Both sides lawyering up to challenge the election result if it doesn't go their way. We'll talk about that coming up. Charity's got all the big stories you need to know about on this Monday morning, 8 days out from the election. WOAI News Time, 726.
And we're back.
Woohoo! Mike McCarthy.
Why does he
We
still
will
have a
see you at
job?
4-7 in
Oh, look at that, too.
just a few
Look at
weeks.
that. Come on, man. Right in your hands. Oh, look.
We're watching Cowboys highlights there.
Yeah. What,
they
there
are
was a
not
highlight?
pretty.
Wait,
Yeah.
what? When did that happen?
Yeah, that wasn't exactly a highlight. Yeah.
Is she playing? All right, and we're back. Do not want to go there.
Yeah, Mag 7189, you can make that argument. Technically, I know you're using the term technically, but you know, we know a MAGA hat is a Donald Trump hat, but you can technically make that argument. Just like my shirt, I'm pro
you
taco.
You couldn't wear that.
What
though.
if tacos were on the ballot? And what if tacos were on the
I was just
ballot?
going to say, you know
Couldn't
what?
we
That
all?
would be, that would
Wouldn't
be
tacos win with 100% of the vote?
landslide.
If tacos were on
Landslide.
the ballot, that's all I'm saying.
Why aren't
And
tacos?
maybe it's time we put tacos.
Yeah, why
on the
aren't
ballot.
tacos on
and
the ballot,
we all
Chris?
vote for tacos.
Then we can all come together as
Yes.
one.
Over me.
Oh, the meat is brown. The meat is brown, and the salsa's green.
And the salsa's green. I went for a walk.
Voting for tacos. I vote for tacos too, Chris.
7:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, just 8 days to go until Election Day, and a man charged with assaulting an election worker post bond. We'll have details. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Monday: partly cloudy, a high near 90. Tonight's low 72 with a slight chance of rain. Right now, 69 degrees. Former President Trump begins a full week of rallies following last night's event in his hometown of New York City. Here's Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
Welcome to the stage by Elon Musk, former First Lady Melania Trump, and a live performance by country star Lee Greenwood. Former President Trump took the stage before a full house at Madison Square Garden on Sunday night. He was greeted with thunderous applause and cheering, then reminded his supporters to get out and vote on Election Day, promising that a second Trump term would be, quote, America's new golden age.
We're not going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired.
Former President Trump is kicking off the final full week before Election Day with a rally this evening in Georgia. At Madison Square Garden, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
During a Michigan campaign stop Saturday, Vice President Kamala Harris contrasted her plan for the economy with Trump's ideas.
Donald Trump will impose a 20% Trump national sales tax on everyday basic necessities, which will cost, the economists have measured it, will cost the average family nearly $4,000 a year. On the other hand, I will take on an issue like corporate price gouging.
And Puerto Rican stars Bad Bunny, Ricky Martin, and Jennifer Lopez are throwing their support behind Harris. It comes after a comedian at Trump's New York City rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Following the backlash, the Trump campaign said the joke does not reflect the views of President Trump or the campaign. Meantime, President Biden will cast his ballot for the presidential election this morning. Here's Fox's Jared Halpern.
President Biden will cast his ballot early this morning in his hometown of Wilmington, Delaware, the White House says. The president endorsed his vice president, Kamala Harris, shortly after ending his own re-election bid in July, becoming the first president since Lyndon Johnson to not run for re-election. A growing number of Americans are taking advantage of early voting, either in person or by mail. As of Sunday night, nearly 42 million people have already voted early, according to data from the University of Florida's election lab. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The number of early votes cast in Bexar County in the past week is closing in on 290,000. The county elections office says nearly 48,000 Bexar County ballots were cast Saturday. There are 51 early voting locations across the county in schools, libraries, churches, and community centers. Registered voters can cast their ballots at any polling site during the early voting period, which ends Friday. Early voting hours are 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. this week. And a case of assault at a Bexar County polling place over a voter's MAGA hat has a spotlight on Texas's electioneering laws.
In San Antonio, a purple line marks 100 feet from the entrance of a polling site, and that's where political clothing must be covered up. Otherwise, it's electioneering and a possible $500 fine. These voters expressed a range of reactions to News 4 about that law.
In all reality, I don't think seeing somebody wearing a political T-shirt past that line is going to sway my vote.
There are stories where there's incidences of people shouting, getting aggressive, even becoming physical.
But there was one thing they could all seem to agree on.
First of all, the sign should be bigger. It's not visible.
If you hadn't have told me, I don't think I would have known that there was a 100-foot limit.
So the sign is very small. It's not very detailed.
Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And with tensions at the ballot box getting high, some may consider bringing a gun for their protection, but experts say that's a bad idea.
It is unlawful to take a firearm onto the premises, and the key word there is premises, of a polling place.
And Kirk Evans runs Texas-based U.S. Law Shield, which is a legal defense program. He says that gun owners can still bring a weapon and keep it in their car. Fort Worth police are providing more info about the 5 people killed in a wrong-way freeway crash early yesterday morning. Police say a father, mother, and their 2 kids were in a car traveling the wrong direction on Loop 820 around 3:30 a.m. when it ran head-on into a pickup truck. All 4 family members died, along with a woman in the other car. Her fiance was hospitalized and is expected to recover. A popular fast food item is making a comeback after an E. coli outbreak. Here's Fox's Kathleen Maloney.
McDonald's says Quarter Pounders will be back on the menu, but will not contain slivered onions from a Taylor Farms facility in Colorado Springs. The produce company is the supplier of fresh onions used by hundreds of restaurants involved in the E. coli outbreak that sickened at least 75 people in 13 states. An analysis by the FDA determined those uncooked onions are likely the source of contamination. McDonald's says testing has ruled out beef patties as the source. 22 people have been hospitalized. 2 have developed a dangerous kidney disease complication from eating contaminated Quarter Pounders. Kathleen Maloney, Fox News.
It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Scott Carr is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Scott. Remember, your trusted source for timely and in-depth election coverage is WOAI. Count on us to deliver the latest updates on Decision 2024. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news coming up, your talkbacks. Have you seen any shenanigans at the polls if you were early voting? How long did it take you to early vote if you did? And where was your location We'll dive into that in a moment. But right now, we are your election central, and a big part of our coverage is national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Well, Rory, the election is 8 days away, but depending on the result, legal proceedings from either side could make this whole process a whole lot longer.
Yeah, do you know we've got 199 active cases right now, lawsuits, either about voting rolls or the election process. 199 cases in 40 states already. 24 of them are in Georgia. That's more than any other state. These lawsuits are about things like who can file an absentee ballot? What are the rules? People's overseas ballots, how are they handled? What's the chain of custody? Purging voter rolls from some people whose names should have been removed because they're dead or whatever it may be. So those kinds of lawsuits are all pending. A lot of these have been filed essentially as a just in case kind of measure. Then the case will probably go away depending on who's winning next week.
And between the two parties, Rory, do we know which has filed more pre-election litigation?
It seems right now that more conservative groups have filed these lawsuits. And keep in mind, a lot of these aren't filed just by the party. They're not Trump lawyers. They're not Harris lawyers. In many cases, these are outside groups, conservative groups, liberal groups, who are taking these early steps to file all these lawsuits.
So this means that there will most likely be a challenge to the results no matter which side wins.
Well, right. And a lot of that is why they're filing these lawsuits now so that they can, bring up these issues afterwards to give them standing in some of these cases. That was something that got so many of the lawsuits dismissed in the last election, was a lack of standing. So that's why they want to get some of this in there. Some of these cases may be adjudicated before Election Day and they're just going to get tossed out. But others are there to hang on so that they can use the case after the election if things really are as close as the polls show.
And you mentioned, Rory, the dismissed lawsuits in the aftermath of the 2020 election. I would imagine if there are good lawyers involved, they're examining those cases and trying to find ways that they might prevail this time.
Exactly. And look, we've seen an increase in this, I guess they're calling it lawfare these days, where it began really after the 2000 election, the hanging Chads, the pregnant Chads, the dimpled Chads, all the Chads that we all followed 24 years ago. Then, of course, the lawsuits went crazy in the 2020 election, and it looks like could be just as much lawfare this time around as well.
And I'm sure the likelihood of the Supreme Court getting involved in any change to voting policies at this point, Rory, is pretty much slim to none, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. The courts aren't going to get involved now, but how they get involved later, that's an open question these days.
Our thanks to national correspondent Rory O'Neill. We'll be hearing a lot from him in the next 8 days and beyond as we zero in on Election Day a week from tomorrow. That is unbelievable. Speaking of the polls, have you seen any shenanigans at the polls when you voted early? How long did you have to wait to vote early, and where did you vote? We're asking you on our Talkback feature. We'll hear from you coming up. WOAI News Time, 7:44.
And we're back. I got a bunch. We're not going to be able to get all of them in right now. I'll get as many as we can. Uh, 58, Chris.
Woo, what a shocker.
Yeah, that's because it's missing a spot. That's why. And we're back. Look, it's Avid Munoz.
David Munoz.
The D is silent.
Yeah.
Just want to let him know, Dave.
David Munoz.
Abe. The D is silent.
D is silent.
Abe Munoz.
Okay. Coming up, we'll hear from you, your talkbacks, your experience early voting. See anything weird going on? First, Charity, what stories are you following?
Well, the presidential candidates are making their final push with about a week left until Election Day. A man accused of electioneering is now facing assault charges after allegedly punching a Southwest Side election worker. And the Cowboys are now 3-4 on the season after falling to the Niners on the road last night. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Patchy fog this morning, partly cloudy this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, shower or two in the area in the morning, and then partly cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the mid to upper 80s. And then on Wednesday, cloudy skies early, partly cloudy in the afternoon, still a slight chance of a shower, highs 90. It is 59 degrees in Kerrville, Texas, 69 in New Braunfels, 67 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:50.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. We thank Charlie Parker for those were the days earlier in the show. EJ Pacheco wearing his San Francisco 49ers sweatshirt just to mock us and make us feel horrible. He is flying the Millennium Falcon along with Andrew Zimmel. By the way, as always, we are on YouTube. If you want to watch the broadcast on YouTube, there's also a live chat in there as well. We dive in during the commercials, both on video and on the chat whenever we get a chance as well. It's a lot of fun, so check that out if you get a chance. So the story about the San Antonio man charged with assaulting an election worker when he was asked to remove his cap, which was reportedly a MAGA cap, got us to thinking, have you seen anything unusual, any shenanigans when you were early voting? And we're also curious because the three of us haven't voted yet, and Charity and I would like to early vote, but we don't want to wait in line 2 hours like Andrew Zimmel did in Stone Oak over the weekend. So if you can tell us about your early voting experience, how long it took, where you voted, that might help us as well. Charity, how do people get us that information?
The absolutely free iHeartRadio app. You launch it, search 1200 WOAI, look for the red circle. That's the talkback button. Hit it, 30 seconds to sound off.
And you'll sound something like this.
Morning, guys. Roro here. Went to go vote at Northwest Vista last Tuesday. About an hour and a half. Whatever. It's fine. I wanted to get it done. The only thing that we saw that was kind of outrageous was this gentleman getting pissed off about the officials letting the elderly and people with disabilities go up in groups. He said he was going to say something the next time. Of course it happens, and he doesn't. Jackass. Have a good one, guys.
Nice punctuation. Yeah, I'm angry at those elderly people getting priority over me.
And just people with disabilities, man. Come on.
Hey, you with disability. How dare you? Don't you see me waiting here? Wow.
All right, let's head up to East Texas.
Morning, y'all. Bill from East Texas here. Well, no problem here voting. Went in, walked up to the window, showed her my driver's license, got my ballot, filled it out, ran it, and I was out of there in 5 minutes.
Oh!
That was on the first day. Y'all have a great day.
Bill, get up to East Texas. Yeah.
That's the way it should be, man. Good for you, Bill.
Now we're talking road trip.
Can I vote in East Texas?
Here is Tuesday on a Monday.
Good morning, WOAI. This is Tuesday. I did early voting on last week, Thursday, before Mother took a fall. And I had no problems, no people except the polling people. They were very nice. As I saw a few more coming into the building as I was going out. 5 minutes.
Wow. 5 minutes.
Well, and this thing that scares me, her mom took a fall.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, she went
Tuesday.
right past that, didn't she?
Yeah, I hope your mom's okay.
All right, if you want to head out to Castroville.
Yes, I live in Castroville, Texas, and I voted Saturday morning, and there was only about 3 or 4 people in front of me. But I have a Silverado pickup truck with Trump stickers all over the back, and I parked right in front of the polling booth, not realizing, and then remembering as I was walking in.
So technically, you shouldn't be able to park there, right?
That's a good question. Charity, you're not supposed to wear any, political gear,
Within
T-shirt
100
or hat
feet,
within
right?
100 feet of the polling place.
Yeah, I think that would be a violation.
That's interesting.
That is a
I
good
wonder.
question,
I
yeah.
wonder. All right, let's head up to Canyon Lake.
Good morning. My husband and I voted this past Saturday at St. Francis by the Lake on the north side of Canyon Lake, just off of 306. We walked in, we voted, and we walked out. There was no wait.
Okay.
A lot of people having that experience. Good to hear.
See, I'm saying small towns is the place to go.
So what you're saying is John Mellencamp won't have a problem voting.
No.
Because he was born in a small town.
Exactly.
And he lives in a small town.
All right, here
He'll
is
probably
Nick-
die in a small town.
Here is Nick with the take on the San Antonio guy that punched out the poll worker.
Good morning, guys. This is Nick. He probably was offended. He's wearing the MAGA apparel like a super religion. And you know what? Really setting an example and a tone. It's basically following what the mass media has shared across the country. I would say we all need to do better in that sense, but haven't really seen it yet. It's possibly a sign of the things to come, unfortunately, but I really do hope they sentence him to the max, set an example. We all need to do better. We're all neighbors.
Amen.
And apparently, the district attorney said, using the term vigorously prosecuting, the plan is to vigorously prosecute that gentleman.
We like that.
Yeah, I mean, getting punched in the face at any age is a scary thing, but especially for an elderly poll worker just trying to do their job, it's a sad state of affairs for sure.
It is. It is. All right, here's Stephanie.
Morning, guys. This is Stephanie. I went Saturday to go vote at Palo Alto College. Got there at 8:30. No line. Walked straight in. Took care of my business and walked out. It was a fantastic experience. Talk to you later. Thank you. Bye-bye.
What a difference. We talked to Andrew Zimmel, who voted in Stone Oak. Took 2 hours for him to vote.
Wow.
Stephanie goes in and out.
Yeah.
See, I think In-N-Out burger places, Charity, should be polling places because they're advertising in and out.
Yeah.
So let's go in and out. Let's vote and let's get a double on the way out and nosh.
I mean, how can you be angry with a full belly of yummy food? I mean, I think that's actually needs to happen.
And
That's a
equal
genius
time-
idea. Yeah.
In
Equal time, Whataburger should also be polling places. I don't want to.
Although I was at Hop Dotties on Saturday, so I'd say they should put polling in there.
Wow. Well, then Charity would have to vote at P. Terry's because she's a P. Terry's
See,
person.
What if they did that? You know, put them
Burger
in.
joint.
Yeah.
What
You'd
is
probably
more
get a bigger
American
turnout.
than a hamburger joint. Somebody get to work on that. Jackie Callanan, if you're listening.
Yes, please.
And we know you are.
By the way, Tuesday has got a update on her mother.
Good morning once again. Yes, mother's doing fine, but she had some damage done to her left leg, and we spent a couple hours at the hospital, but that's why I didn't make it to OPelkaCon. Sorry, I'll catch up on Elf Louise.
There you go.
Yeah, I remember Tuesday saying she was going to come to OPelkaCon.
Yeah.
So first and foremost, God bless your mom.
Amen.
And it's good to know that, she's doing better, but it's so scary. I remember, my mom took a few falls late in her life, and every time you're like, oh my God, let's hope, a bone wasn't broken here. And
So scary.
The older we get, the more those falls can be very, very dangerous. So prayers to your mom Tuesday. Thanks for the update. All right. Charity with everything you need to know at the top of the hour. Then more on this 2024 election from national correspondent Aaron Real. That's coming up at 8:10. An update from Joe Pags in the next hour as well. Preview of his show. WOAI News Time 7:58.
And we're back.
All right. So busy weekend for the presidential candidates. Good morning, Joe.
Yep.
Okay.
Hello, Alexis Pearson. She got a Folds of Honor scholarship.
Interesting.
Nice.
Bud Light, how dare they?
I know, on
highlight
Fox
Bud
News?
Light on Fox
On
News.
Fox News? What are they
What are they
thinking?
thinking? Jeez. Johnny Chingus, good morning.
Good morning, Johnny.
Travis Tim, Mag 7189. Eric is in here. What is up, Eric?
What up?
That's a good, Trevin. That's a good talkback idea. His talkback suggestion for another day. For those who haven't voted yet, is there anything your candidate can say or do this late in the game
That's a
to change
great
your
one.
mind or lose your vote?
That's a great one.
Dude, we might just do that tomorrow.
I would say if you call Puerto Rico a floating pile of garbage.
Hey, the Trump campaign distanced itself from that remark, Mr.
I'm just kidding anyway.
Don't make me sick Jesse Lutzenberger on you.
Please don't. Please don't. I'm scared of him.
Eight o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, just 8 days to go until the election, and a local election worker assaulted. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Monday, partly cloudy, a high near 90. Tonight's low 72 with a slight chance of rain. Right now, get a move on. It is 69 degrees. Former President Trump held a rally at New York City's Madison Square Garden last night where he said Vice President Kamala Harris shouldn't even be a candidate for President of the United States.
She's unfit for office. Everyone knows it. No one respects her. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. Everyone knows she is a very low IQ individual.
Harris hit the campaign trail in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where she said this election is about two different visions for the U.S.
We are focused on the future, and we are focused on the needs of the American people, as opposed to a Donald Trump who spends full time looking in the mirror, focused on himself.
And the presidential candidates are hitting some of the nation's most contentious battleground states. Fox's Ryan Schmelz has more.
Former President Trump holding a rally in Georgia, once a reliably red state that saw President Biden win in 2020. The former president will then head to Pennsylvania Tuesday before hitting Wisconsin and Nevada later in the week. Vice President Harris held events in Pennsylvania this weekend in the wake of a star-studded series of events. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Well, as you know, Coach Pop doesn't shy away from politics and was asked about his thoughts on the presidential election ahead of Saturday's win over the Houston Rockets. Pop said Trump is not the example we want to set for our kids.
This is the biggest whiner that ever walked the face of the earth. I mean, he's like the poorest example of a fifth-grade bully I've ever seen. I mean, I just, would you want your kids to act like he does?
Pop also said he couldn't wrap his head around why young college-age kids were in support of Trump. And the number of early votes cast in Bexar County in the past week is closing in on 290,000. The county elections office says nearly 48,000 Bexar County ballots were cast Saturday. There are 51 early voting locations across the county in schools, libraries, churches, and community centers. Registered voters can cast their ballots at any polling site during the early voting period, which ends Friday. Voting hours this week are from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. We're learning more about the man accused of assaulting a Bexar County elections worker at a Southwest Side polling site on Thursday. Eric Lycum has details.
Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar tells reporters a man identified as Jesse Lutzenberger had removed his red MAGA hat when he and his wife voted, but put it back on afterwards. That's when the unidentified 69-year-old clerk asked him to remove it again.
Then the victim seemed to push off of the suspect at that point. The suspect then turned and threw several punches right at the face of the victim.
That clerk treated at the scene and sent home. Lutzenberger was tracked down and arrested, charged with felony injury to the elderly. He posted a $30,000 bond and was released.
We've had several instances where people show up wearing clothing supporting a political candidate, which that's electioneering. And it's certainly something that you're not supposed to do.
Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A long-delayed park under the Hay Street Bridge will open soon. San Antonio Parks and Rec says the park on the east side will be open to the public this fall, probably before Thanksgiving. The park is reportedly 90% ready, but it's waiting for CPS Energy to install lights. The skate park, the green space, and other amenities will be open first, but the playground won't be installed until January. A popular fast food item is making a comeback after an E. coli outbreak. Here's Fox's Kathleen Maloney.
McDonald's says Quarter Pounders will be back on the menu, but will not contain slivered onions from a Taylor Farms facility in Colorado Springs. The produce company is the supplier of fresh onions used by hundreds of restaurants involved in the E. coli outbreak that sickened at least 75 people in 13 states. An analysis by the FDA determined those uncooked onions are likely the source of contamination. McDonald's says testing has ruled out beef patties as the source. 22 people have been hospitalized. 2 have developed a dangerous kidney disease complication from eating contaminated Quarter Pounders. Kathleen Maloney, Fox News.
The 49ers defeated the Dallas Cowboys 30-24 in an NFC showdown at Levi Stadium last night. Here's Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott.
Sitting at 3-4, but I can definitely tell you that nobody's shaking or giving up. Frustration is very high. But it's a long season.
Up next, Dallas takes on the Falcons in Atlanta next Sunday. It is 8:06. Remember, your trusted source for timely and in-depth election coverage is WOAI. Count on us to deliver the latest updates on Decision 2024. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, big, 8 o'clock hour. Coming up at 8:20. More from you, your talkbacks. Did you see shenanigans when you early voted? Did you see somebody punch out an election worker? I hope not, but it did happen. We've been talking about that. Joe Pag's going to join us in the next half hour, as will UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor. An exciting but heartbreaking finish to the game at Tulsa over the weekend. We'll talk about that and what's next for the Roadrunners. But coming right up, national correspondent Aaron Real on Donald Trump's plan to replace income taxes with tariffs. Will it work? We'll dive into that and more coming right up. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Some patchy fog this morning, partly cloudy this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, shower or two in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the mid to upper 80s. And then on Wednesday, cloudy skies early, partly cloudy in the afternoon, slight chance of a shower, highs 90. It is 68 degrees at Randolph Air Force Base, 68 at Fort Sam, and 67 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:11.
San Antonio's first news. We are your election central, and we are only 8 days away from the 2024 election. A big part of our coverage is national correspondent Aaron Real. Aaron, lots of talk about Donald Trump perhaps replacing income taxes with tariffs. Walk us through this and tell us if it's actually a possibility.
It's probably not, because you need congressional approval, which likely isn't going to happen. But on the Rogan show, the Joe Rogan show on Friday, Trump really doubled down on this idea of replacing income tax with tariffs. He has proposed a 20% tariff on all imports from all countries, but with especially high rates for Chinese imports. He has also floated eliminating income tax on tips, overtime pay, Social Security benefits. He wants extra tax exemptions for firefighters and police officers and military personnel, veterans, across the board. Nonpartisan think tanks, many economists, many analysts say that this won't work. Now, tariffs, there's nothing wrong with them, and theoretically, it's a good idea, but they just say it won't generate enough revenue to counterbalance the elimination of income tax. Furthermore, they think that Trump's tariffs are going to, they will be paid by U.S. importers. So what that does is it increases producer costs. Those producers then pass on the higher costs to their consumers, us, when we're buying stuff. Prices will go up.
So, Aaron, with the economy such a big voter concern, how is this landing with his supporters?
Many, like the true diehards, love it. I think that, you talk about tariffs and you're like, what? Oh, yeah, make the other people pay for it. But it doesn't necessarily work out like that. Also, I think it's very, very important, if you're asking like how it's landing with them, it's hard to persuade people a different way right now. If you're listening to the experts, they say that this won't work. Again, tariffs are not fundamentally bad, and they can be very good for a country, and there should be certain sectors and certain states that are taxed, tariffed more highly than others. But at the same time, I've said it many times before, and I'll say it again. When trade crosses borders, bullets do not. In the modern world we live in the global economy that we function in, oftentimes trade agreements and trade pacts stand in for peace agreements, sometimes even ceasefire agreements. So the idea that do away with them and be an island unto ourselves, America first, sure. Yes, no one is arguing that. But at the same time, trading with our allies does not hurt us, it helps us.
All right, so you're saying the tariffs replacing taxes or income taxes probably won't go. What about the no tax on the overtime and no tax on Social Security? You think that might go through?
I think that's a great question. I think that has more of a fighting chance. I really do. Social Security, maybe not so much, because we kind of need that. But the tips and the overtime, that might work. And again, this is rewriting the tax code. It's too complicated, and people at the top don't pay. No one is against this, but just saying making these blanket taxes, and then it needs to be more nuanced. And it's easy on a stumbling block to make these proclamations, but it doesn't mean it's always going to play out like that in real time. Furthermore, it doesn't mean that you'll get it passed.
Our thanks to national correspondent Aaron Real. Coming up, we'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. We'll hear from you, your experience with early voting, some tips from you on where early voting might go a little bit quicker. And coming up, UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor, Joe Pags with a preview of the Joe Pags Show coming up as well. WOAI News Time, 8:15.
We're back.
Woohoo!
Yeah, you think about that. If the tariffs are too high and the importers got to pay for it, it would be better off paying income tax than paying the extra money for goods.
Yes.
Yeah. It's nice to have goals and dreams, though.
Uh-huh.
Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I can't believe I left Jeff Traylor off of there. My bad. Four.
Okay. Okay. Open enrollment until November 7th. So
Yeah.
that
You were after. I knew it was after
essentially
the election.
Get it done
yeah.
before election day, and I'm good. Cool. And you found it pretty easy?
Oh, very. Did you do it last year?
Yeah.
Okay. Only a couple changes, really.
Okay.
And they break it all down for you. It's pretty simple.
Cool.
We got it done in about 5 minutes, to be honest with you.
That's good news.
Because we didn't change a whole lot from last year. So I told her, I said, you know what? If it's like this next year, we don't see a lot of changes, I'll just do it. You know, but she wanted to be here. You know, she wanted to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened last time. We did it from home. It was a major pain in the ass, and everything got screwed up. So I had to redo it from here anyway. So
wow.
Yeah, but see, really, the truth of the matter is, she wanted to go to Hop Dotties, and it's right down the road. So it was like, okay. Tried to get her to go to Mimosa Gossip, but you know, I said, come on, I need to go scout it.
Yes,
You
I'm
know?
surprised you didn't.
I tried. I
and
lobbied
win.
for it, lobbied for it.
Okay.
And she said no. She wanted to go to Hop Dotties. I went, okay. Because I told her it's right here, Cindy. Mimosa Gossip, right there.
Yeah,
right there. Well, I'd rather go to Hop Dotties. Well, yeah, you don't know. You know, it could be one of the best places we've never been.
Correct.
You don't know. And I really need to do some scouting for the morning show. Just to see how's the experience exactly. Yep, still no highlights. You would think without having to do a podcast, he'd have plenty of time. Stand by.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then we're going to hear from you, your early voting experience, see anything weird, any shenanigans, and where can we go early vote and not wait that long? First, Charity, what stories are you following?
Former President Trump held a jam-packed rally at New York City's Madison Square Garden. Around 20,000 are expected when Vice President Harris gives what organizers are calling her closing argument to voters tomorrow in Washington, D.C. And we'll have the latest on the assault of a local election worker. Right now, traffic and weather.
Some patchy fog this morning, partly cloudy this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, you may see a shower or two in the area in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the mid to upper 80s. Wednesday, cloudy skies early, partly cloudy in the afternoon. Still a slight chance of a shower, highs 90. It is 68 degrees in Floresville, Texas, 68 in China Grove, and 67 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:20.
San Antonio's first news coming up. UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor just after the news at the bottom of the hour. Then we'll check in with Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show. He is gearing up for this election, 8 days away as well. His shows have been pretty remarkable lately. In fact, we'll hear more about who he's going to have on the show today. But right now, we're talking to you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. Have you seen any shenanigans, seen anything unusual while early voting? Where can we go and not wait for 2 hours like Andrew Zimmel had to wait on Friday? Mr. T, what do we got?
We got Pat.
Good morning. This is Pat the Cajun from San Antonio. I voted last week, I believe it was Thursday, at Northwest Vista College. 8 o'clock in the morning, the line was getting long, but it went by very quickly. They did a really good job. You guys have a great day.
Okay.
Add Northwest Vista College to the list of good places to early vote.
All right, here's another one.
Good morning, WOAI. This is Tammy Jo in San Antonio. I have a different take on the fast lines. The fast lines and no waiting, to me, indicates poor turnout for those areas. I'd love to see higher turnout, and I'd love to see that all of us have to wait in line, because that means there's more people voting, no matter your affiliation. Anyway, have a good day.
It's an interesting way to look at it.
Yeah. Charity, am I un-American for not wanting to see long lines when I go? So I'd love to see long lines when I'm not voting.
Yeah.
It's like, ooh, good. God bless America. But when I'm voting, short line.
Yeah, long lines equal sleep deprivation for us. So yeah, we have other motivations for getting through the line as quickly as possible. But I think it's going to start tapering down now that we're getting into the second week of early voting with longer hours.
So, Chris, why don't you just go up and tell them, don't you know who I am? And then you have to go to the back of the line.
Yeah. And again, I get what Tammy Jo's saying.
Yeah,
And I
understand.
I philosophically agree with her, but I also don't want to wait for too long.
All right, here's another one.
Morning, y'all. I got in about 45 minutes at the Ego Library on Hausman, or it's pronounced IGO. And they let a lot of the senior folks in ahead of everyone, so they didn't have to wait out in the heat. And also, it might rain this week, so that might be better. Have a great day.
I wonder if David Munoz corrected her on the pronunciation from ego to IGO. Maybe he was in line behind her correcting people.
I took it more as a reference to Young Frankenstein. That's where I got it from.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe,
That's
I don't know.
Frankenstein.
Yeah.
That's Frankenstein.
All right, here's another one.
My fiance and I went to Mammon Public Library over the weekend here in Bulverde. We waited about 20 minutes. Everybody was very calm, cordial. It was great to see. A lot of first-time voters. We cast our ballot for the first female president in U.S. history, then went on about our weekend. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you.
Revealed his vote.
I know. That's the
right.
first person to do that, isn't it?
Yeah, see, I was about to say, when I heard fiance, I was going to say, that's American love.
Yeah.
Going with your fiance. Do you ever vote with your husband?
All the
Charity?
time.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're going to do that this week?
I don't know if it's more convenient for me just to go ahead and get in and get out. He might be on his own this time around. I don't know.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah.
Do you go with Beth to vote?
I did I think it was the 2020 election. I voted with Beth. We took a selfie with
Okay.
our little presidential election stickers.
Oh, cool.
So, but she already voted at the courthouse on Friday. She voted without me.
See, I normally don't
And
go.
she had to wait 5 minutes.
Yeah, see, I normally don't go with Cindy because when she was working downtown, she would go to the courthouse and get it done.
Yeah.
And then when we moved out to Floresville, she goes into town and votes early. So I always wait till election day.
You always wonder if couples that don't vote together, maybe they're not politically aligned,
Interesting.
There is that potential.
Yeah, very early on in our relationship, when I first started seeing Beth, we were on opposite political ends of the spectrum. And It got a little ugly sometimes during a presidential race. We're over time, we have kind of aligned with one another.
Oh, that's good.
Which is nice.
Harmony.
Yeah, it does create harmony. We like harmony.
Speaking of harmony, Joe Pags coming up. We'll get Joe Pags' take on this, where we are, 8 days to go. He'll tell us who's on his show. And UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor coming up at 8:40. Looking forward to that as well. Oh, do you have another one?
No.
Oh, I thought you
No,
were.
I was just looking. Somebody's calling. I was just wondering who it
Somebody's
was.
calling in.
Yeah, I can't see it from way over here, so I had to lean over a little bit.
We'll figure out who that is.
Okay.
And if we want to, we'll go to that phone call.
No, we don't want to. I see who it is. I don't know. We don't.
Do you know who it is?
No.
Oh, I was
No,
gonna
but
say,
we don't want
I thought you
to.
were slamming. Thought you were slamming somebody who was calling in because
No,
you knew
not
who
at
it
all.
was.
Not
all
at
right.
all.
Charity has everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time, 8:26.
And we're back.
Woo!
Okay, dude, get a hat that fits.
Yeah, and wear a hat like a normal human being.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a good running back right there, Joel Mixon.
Yes.
He's very good.
Now, he punched a girl out of the McDonald's back at OU.
Oh, that's right.
Remember that?
That's right.
Yeah.
Didn't seem to affect him into the
No, it's,
NFL.
He's doing all right.
Surprised he's not a Raider.
Just like Ray Lewis, if you can play, we're willing to forget whatever you did.
And how about those Kansas City Chiefs, huh?
Getting a little old, and I don't want them to go 17-0 and then win a Super Bowl and eclipse the 72 Dolphins.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't. It's so hard to repeat, and it's even harder to repeat.
With every passing week, man. I mean,
know.
they look like there's nobody
They
in
look
their
like
league.
world beaters, yeah.
And they got all their receivers out.
I know.
And,
And you're still getting it done.
DeAndre Hopkins, it was his first game with them.
Yep.
30 more minutes. God, what are we going to talk to Jeff Traylor about?
I don't know. I mean, is there anything that you can take from this game into the next game as a positive? I mean, really?
Yeah.
I mean, you gave up, man, it was ridiculous how many points they gave up in the fourth quarter. Yeah, they gave up 22 points in the fourth quarter to Tulsa.
And how much were they up?
Let's see here.
Before the comeback?
35, 42, 45. So they were up 45 to 24 going into the fourth quarter.
Almost
Yeah.
doubling them up.
Yeah.
Um,
They scored 3 points in the fourth quarter. UTSA did.
this Saturday, 11 a.m. kickoff at the Outlook.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask him if that's
That help or hurt?
an issue. Oh, and Memphis is 7-1. Holy crap.
Yeah. See, the bet. And okay, I have to ask you a question. Tulsa, it's in Oklahoma, correct?
Yes.
Why are they the Golden Hurricanes?
A great question.
Shouldn't they be the Golden Tornadoes?
Yes, they should.
Then why should we name any team after a natural disaster?
Exactly. Yes.
I never understood that. What do I know?
11 a.m. on ESPN2. Finally.
And Owen McCowan had great 30 of 50, 434 yards, 4 TDs. You would think that would be enough to win a game.
Yes, you would.
Although their receiver Benjamin, here comes Charity.
8:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, just 8 days to go until Election Day, and a man charged with assaulting an election worker posts bond. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Monday: partly cloudy, a high near 90. Tonight's low 72 with a slight chance of a shower. Right now, 70 degrees. Former President Trump begins a full week of rallies following last night's event in his hometown of New York City. Here's Fox's Tanya J. Powers.
Welcome to the stage by Elon Musk, former First Lady Melania Trump, and a live performance by country star Lee Greenwood. Former President Trump took the stage before a full house at Madison Square Garden on Sunday night. He was greeted with thunderous applause and cheering, then reminded his supporters to get out and vote on Election Day, promising that a second Trump term would be, quote, America's new golden age.
We're not going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired.
Former President Trump is kicking off the final full week before Election Day with a rally this evening in Georgia. At Madison Square Garden, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
During a Michigan campaign stop Saturday, Vice President Kamala Harris contrasted her plan for the economy with Trump's ideas.
Donald Trump will impose a 20% Trump national sales tax on everyday basic necessities, which will cost, the economists have measured it, will cost the average family nearly $4,000 a year. On the other hand, I will take on an issue like corporate price gouging.
Meantime, Puerto Rican stars Bad Bunny, Ricky Martin, and Jennifer Lopez are throwing their support behind Harris. It comes after a comedian at Trump's New York City rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Following the backlash, the Trump campaign said the joke does not reflect the views of Trump or his campaign. Meantime, President Biden will cast his ballot for the presidential election this morning. Here's Fox's Jared Halpern.
President Biden will cast his ballot early this morning in his hometown of Wilmington, Delaware, the White House says. The president endorsed his Vice President Kamala Harris shortly after ending his own re-election bid in July, becoming the first president since Lyndon Johnson to not run for re-election. A growing number of Americans are taking advantage of early voting, either in person or by mail. As of Sunday night, nearly 42 million people have already voted early, according to data from the University of Florida's election lab. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The number of early votes cast in Bexar County in the past week is closing in on 290,000. The county elections office says nearly 48,000 Bexar County ballots were cast Saturday. There are 51 early voting locations across the county in schools, libraries, churches, and community centers. Registered voters can cast their ballots at any polling site during the early voting period, which ends Friday. Voting hours are from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. A case of assault at a Bexar County polling place over a voter's MAGA hat has the spotlight on Texas electioneering laws.
In San Antonio, a purple line marks 100 feet from the entrance of a polling site, and that's where political clothing must be covered up. Otherwise, it's electioneering and a possible $500 fine. These voters expressed a range of reactions to News 4 about that law.
In all reality, I don't think seeing somebody wearing a political T-shirt past that line is going to sway my vote.
There are stories where there's incidences of people shouting, getting aggressive, even becoming physical.
But there was one thing they could all seem to agree on.
First of all, the sign should be bigger. It's not visible.
If you hadn't have told me, I don't think I would have known that there was a 100-foot limit.
So the sign is very small. It's not very detailed.
Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And with tensions at the ballot box getting high, some may consider bringing a gun for their protection, but experts say that's not a good idea.
It is unlawful to take a firearm onto the premises, and the key word there is premises, of a polling place.
Kirk Evans runs Texas-based U.S. Law Shield, which is a legal defense program. He says that gun owners can still bring a weapon as long as they keep it in their car. U.S. Rep. Colin Allred's fundraising in his campaign to replace Senator Ted Cruz now tops Beto O'Rourke's campaign haul back in 2018. Allred raised nearly $12 million in the first 16 days of this month. Cruz raised almost $10 million in that same stretch. In this election cycle, Allred has raised more than $80 million, surpassing the $70 million plus raised by O'Rourke in his earlier run against Cruz. Meantime, Cruz has raised nearly $87 million. Gas prices continue to fall, with the average national price per gallon dropping 7 cents over the past 2 weeks to $3.19. However, oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg says it may not fall any further.
1 week ago, crude oil prices had already bottomed out and they edged back up substantially. Likewise, in some markets around the country, wholesale gasoline prices did bottom out and are rising some. So there are indications that this low price at retail may not hold for long.
Texas sits at $2.66 on average. In Bexar County, it's averaging $2.68. Costco is recalling chicken products that may be contaminated with listeria. The retailer says Costco members who return their ready-to-eat chicken for a full refund. Some of the products being recalled are part of a larger recall of Bruce packed meats that were found to be contaminated with listeria, which include cooked chicken products from Rana and El Monterey. The recall also includes the Ready Wise Emergency Protein Bucket and Red Southwestern Grilled Chicken Mini Burritos. Well, Halloween is Thursday, and many are still scrambling to get their costumes ready. Rex Oates has more.
When the doorbell rings on Halloween, expect to see a lot of kids dressed as Beetlejuice. Deja Hernandez at Gibson's Costumes in San Antonio says that's the hot one this year. And for adults, they all want to dress up like the TV show Bridgerton.
Colonial ball gowns, colonial with the knickers and the coat.
The scariest part of this year's Halloween might be the price of the candy. Sacks of chocolate bars are costing around $20. A survey done by the Halloween and Costume Association found that 1 in 4 Americans plan to spend less compared to last year. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Realtor.com is out with its ranking of the top 10 cities with the lowest cost of living. The top 5 cities with the lowest cost of living are McAllen, Texas, Wichita, Kansas, Little Rock, Arkansas, Toledo, Ohio, and Scranton, Pennsylvania. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check if your money in the world of business. Scott Carr is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Scott. Remember, your trusted source for timely and in-depth election coverage is WOAI. Count on us to deliver the latest updates on Decision 2024. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. He's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up, Joe Pags from the Joe Pags Show, a preview of his show this afternoon. But right now, let's check in with UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor. Coach, tough loss at Tulsa. You guys were looking great at halftime and into that third quarter, but they come back and win the game 46-45. How do you handle a team after what has to be such a heartbreaking loss?
Oh, we've had a few of them. So I don't want to say you ever get used to it because they always get harder and harder and harder because, you're trying to get to a bowl game and, your opportunities are slipping away every time you let another one go. So obviously it was a very painful loss, and you just try to keep the kids' heads up and keep going. That's all. That's the only choice you got. And the video's the video. It doesn't lie. And you get to watch it, and you try to improve on it.
And Coach, I know this kind of stuff has got to keep you up at night as you look for answers. Is it a struggle to find the words to boost the team's confidence during this rough patch?
I don't. It's always something different. If it was just the same, there are some consistencies. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, the fourth quarter penalties on defense are still a concern. But at the end of the game, it really gets down to specifics. I mean, we did not execute our 4-minute offense on offense. Or the defense that needs the ball back. I mean, we just do what we're supposed to do. And we had an unbelievable game offensively, except for the one turnover. We had an MA on the backside of our quarterback. MA made him miss assignment. So that was a strip sack for a touchdown. But our inability to execute on the 4-minute offense, just was very frustrating. And then obviously our 2-minute drill on offense, we had still a minute left and a timeout, had the wind at our back. We got a really good field goal kicker. And to not execute in those two situations and our defense to give up back-to-back 2-minute drive situations, it's just extremely frustrating, to be very honest with you. Offensively, we continue to get better each week. Really proud of that group. We're extremely beat up, injured, and our guys keep finding ways to score points. Defensively, we were dominant for about 95% of the game, but like the whole season, at 5%, we give up huge plays, and we're not good enough to overcome it right now.
And Coach, you have your coaches show at the Chicken and Pickle this Wednesday at 7:00. 2 questions. You're going to take questions from people that are there, and have you ever played pickleball? And if so, could you be a partner for Charity McCurdy?
Please.
I do love to play. I don't get much time anymore with the new way of college football. As soon as the season's over, transfer portal opens and you're immediately recruiting. You have official visits. It's amazing how many people, are used to having a coach's life where, they kind of knew in the spring. You might could see the head coach. You might could even become friends with him. You invite him over for dinner. And it's unfortunate. Now, this year, I'm not going to have very many people invite me over for dinner at all. But in the old days, you get a ton of that. And you just had to say no all the time. So this every weekend's an official visit. We've got this calendar so messed up because the kids can leave and come, all year long. So when you're losing kids, you're trying to replace them. So you're recruiting, nonstop. But if I got the chance to play pickleball, I would love to and enjoy it. On July 4th, we always go to Horseshoe Bay, and we love to play that weekend.
Well, Coach, a big one coming up this Saturday at the Alamo Dome against Memphis. Memphis coming in at 7-1. They're an excellent football team. 11 a.m. kickoff. That's a little early, but it is on ESPN2, so the whole nation gets to look in on that one. Is it odd to have an 11 a.m. kickoff? Does that present any problems for you?
I don't know that I've ever had one at home. I could be wrong. This is my 5th year here. I just don't believe I've ever had one. On the road, we've had a couple in our 5 years, believe it or not. So we don't have a lot of experience of doing it. But you just got to eat, believe it or not. That's the hardest thing with kids is just to remind them to eat, because you got to get up so early to get them to the stadium, get them dressed, and get them ready for the game. And most of those knuckleheads don't want to eat. And then you get to halftime and they're all cramped up and starving. They don't know why.
Wow. Well, Coach, we certainly we want everybody to get out to the Alamo Dome. It's a little earlier, but get out there. support UTSA against a really, really good Memphis team. Best of luck on Saturday, Coach. We'll be pulling for you.
Yeah, sorry for the season. I mean that. I appreciate you guys and how kind you are always. And there's nobody more frustrated than me. Nobody trying to work harder than our players. And sorry we're not getting it done. Thank y'all. God bless. Birds up.
God bless and birds up. And I got a feeling it won't be long. And maybe even this week against Memphis, where UTSA gets a big win. I'm looking forward to that. Hey, let's check in with Joe Pags from the Joe Pags Show, working on his show this afternoon. Joe, busy weekend for the presidential candidates. Good morning, Joe.
That's right, Chris. Good morning. It was a bit, especially for Donald Trump. The guy was everywhere. Does the 3-hour sit down with Joe Rogan. He's got a gigantic rally at MSG, Madison Square Garden. He's out there doing other rallies. He's doing other interviews. Kamala Harris out there in the rally trail as well. Controversy with both of them. The left is saying, well, in 1939, the KKK did a rally there. They didn't mention that Bill Clinton did a rally there too. So at the end of the day, you've got that controversy that's made up, I think. Then there's one that happened down the road in Houston. Beyonce was listed as a performer at the vice president's rally. She shows up. Kelly Rowland, also from Destiny's Child, shows up. They speak for a while, give Kamala Harris a hug, and then walk away. I posted a video on my social media that shows a lot of fans were not very happy, and they left as Kamala Harris started speaking. So we'll break all that down. Plus, we've got U.S. Representative from Arizona, Eli Crane. Also, it's going to be economist Peter St. Onge and Kay Smythe on the Joe Pags Show. Today at 5, News Radio 1200 WOAI. See you then.
And we're back. Just going to toss it to her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What do you want to wrap it with?
Let's go back to the poll workers and how hard it is for them to get out there and do the job. And then it's a thankless, hard job. I mean, let's face it. You're dealing with people all day long, and let's just, people are not very nice right now.
Nope.
Most people are, but there are a few that are not. Just saying. Hello. Oh my God, we're like really, really late. Oh, do we have a Sean Hannity morning minute?
Let us pray not.
It looks like we do. Yeah, we do. So we're not going to have a lot of time at all, man. We might not have any time, Chris.
Okay.
Because you're going to give it to her at 52.
Yeah.
She's got to do her headlines, traffic, weather. We're not going to have any time.
Okay.
So we'll just kind of front sell tomorrow. We're on the campaign trail. We got you.
Okay.
We got it covered. Or you could do the We Are Election Central. So keep it right here all day, all night, all the time.
Yep. Yeah, no, that, never mind. Let's get you caught up on headlines, traffic, and weather. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, the Trump campaign is distancing itself from an anti-Puerto Rico comment made by a speaker at last night's Madison Square Garden rally. Vice President Kamala Harris plans to deliver a major speech tomorrow in D.C., and a man accused of electioneering has posted bond after allegedly punching a Southwest Side election worker. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Some patchy fog this morning, then partly cloudy this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, shower or two in the area in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the mid to upper 80s. Wednesday, cloudy skies early, partly cloudy in the afternoon, and a slight chance of a shower, highs 90. It is 69 degrees in New Braunfels, Texas, 69 in Monte Vista, and 67 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:54.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. That is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Our thanks to Charlie Parker for those were the days. Charlie will be in studio tomorrow at 8:20. I'm Chris Duell. Thanks to Andrew Zimmel for flying the Millennium Falcon alongside EJ Pacheco, but no thanks to him this morning because he's wearing a San Francisco 49ers sweatshirt just to mock us as
Not doing yourself any favors there, buddy.
Cowboys fans. Charity, and we've been talking about this story all morning long about the San Antonio man charged with assaulting a poll worker. And I mean, even before things got weird in this country and poll workers had to be in fear for their safety on some level, I mean, just because I always got it, and I'm sure you and Mr. T do as well. Whenever I go vote and I see a poll worker, I thank them. I say, hey, thank you. Thanks for being here. I appreciate the work you're doing because it is generally a thankless job. So I think it's a courtesy to thank them. I hope more people, Charity, and I'm going to double down on my appreciation of them and thanking them when I finally go early vote later this week. But I think it's a good idea to thank them now more than ever.
Yeah, show kindness just because they're dealing with a hostile work environment in some cases. I hope that this poor example of what took place, of what not to do, doesn't happen again, that other people that are inclined to commit any kind of act of violence towards another person just simply because they're doing their jobs and enforcing state law, that this latest example will hopefully dissuade them from committing a similar act, because this guy is looking at jail time, possibly up to 10 years, because he's facing a third-degree felony assault charge.
Yeah, and not only that, listen to this. If you're thinking about getting aggravated and doing something to a poll worker, a $30,000 bond is what he was released on. Think about that. For what? What did you actually achieve by taking a punch at a 69-year-old poll worker? Nothing. All you did was just make a lot of trouble for yourself.
And, if you think it through, it doesn't make, if he reportedly, the guy who threw the punch was wearing a MAGA hat. Had that guy been wearing a Kamala Harris hat, same deal. You can't
still wrong.
Mr. T, you told us earlier, you were wearing a Popovich Kerr mock T-shirt once underneath another shirt, and you were told to
I covered it up. I said sorry and covered it up. Moved on.
And Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar talked about this specific case, but also said that they've had other instances of having to correct people wearing campaign gear, accessories, and having to correct that action. Apparently, a lot of people don't know Texas election code.
Well, let's all collectively just calm down, take a deep breath, all get along. Let's kindly vote and
move on.
Move on. and thank the election workers, because I think they deserve our thanks. All right. We're going to reconvene tomorrow. We are your Election Central. We will be a week away from this election tomorrow, 7 days away when we get to tomorrow. So you got Glenn Beck coming at you. I think he'll talk a little election charity at the top of the hour with everything you need to know. WOAI News Time, 8:58.
You guys have a great
Adios.
day. If you're going to go vote, remember, don't hit the poll workers.
Adios, muchachos.